Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、170、76日目です。It is day 176. We are here with our second half of the peak stuff, so hopefully we get her done, right? Yesterday, indulged again. So I gotta keep on task today. Try to get to the last thing that I would like to cover. A bunch of exchange of media and whatnot, and got a chance to watch a few things before the day was over. But yes, we're gonna probably hit that 6 p.m. too. Today's sets of reviews. Looks like we have another levels in the mix. I don't think there was anything particularly concerning yesterday. We're 1 day away. So tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Oh, there, Bree. So the day after tomorrow is when we're going to have our first burn day. So not this day, because we're not gonna get to 8 p.m. All right, so let's hop right in. Quick. All right. Let's see. How did this go? Feelings tell me it's
相変わらず
相変わらず. Okay.
おととい
おととい.
朝ごはん
朝ごはん. Sweet?
水平
水平. Wow, that's that's a quick blank. Blank. Move it along. Come back.
塩
Yo.
変わる
変わる. 変わる. Yes.
東側
Higashinawa. That was from yesterday. Oh, wait. Actually, most of them are probably new because we're adding yesterday's new. You checked all the Americans? We'll definitely keep watching. I watched the first 4 episodes of Diplomat yesterday. Yes, I will most definitely keep watching. Definitely the vibe that I want. Sort of. So, there are a few things. It's still, the Diplomat is still a modernized version of it because there's still areas where it's fun and entertaining. The Americans, I would say, it's entertaining, but it's not like it doesn't pull its punches. So, like for example, one scene on the Diplomat was when I actually don't remember their names, but Carrie's character, when she like starts beating up on Hal, like when she's just like wailing on him in the courtyard, those are the types of things like that's where like it's a little bit more lighthearted and it's kind of nice to balance out. Meanwhile, like Americans are is that intense. Kate, yes, Kate. So Kate Weiler, you know, there are a few beats that are like, oh, that's really funny. It's kind of cheeky, and I quite like it. It's a really well balanced show for a balanced experience. The intensity gets kind of fluffed a little from not being like super ham, but I really like the super intensity that the show has, an incredible intensity. And the Americans do not have the relaxing part. So That's the stuff that I really enjoy, but also the stuff that I worry about. So I feel like the Diplomat has a lot more balanced, casual feel, right? And it does take me out of it a little, but it also really boosts the chemistry a little. Like, you can see the modern quips in it, and I do enjoy the Diplomat quite a lot. It reminds me of the stuff that I enjoy. Oh, which, by the way, the Good Wife is a super intense version of the Diplomat, for sure. Only you exchange out trying to climb the, instead of climbing the in fact, the Diplomat kind of downplays it, where like she's always given an opportunity to raise the ranks, right? But her intents and motivations are noble. The Good Wife is very similar. And yes, there is a counter, like, husband-like figure that also has a conflict of interest, in which you never quite sure if he's with the main character or against the main character. And then there's always this duality. It was very difficult for me to not have this an even closer feeling to the Good Wife. The Good Wife, the main character, is a lawyer, or she becomes a lawyer. She becomes a self-made woman outside of the privilege and prestige of her husband. And that is very much the beginning of the Diplomat, and continues to be that thing. Like, the baggage of her husband is something she has to juggle consistently and try to maintain. And it does the same thing where, do you maintain the social politics and the optics of being a married couple, or do you undergo divorce? Which, that is very much the first premise. The very first thing the Good Wife tackles. So there is quite a little bit of, like, you have the intensity of both those shows. Both those shows are incredibly intense. The Americans and the Good Wife intensity is, when it's intense, it's incredibly intense. And both of the Americans and the Good Wife is, there are more respites in the Good Wife because she kind of gets triumphs and stuff. Maybe a little less on the Americans, but the Diplomat does have a more casual upfront feel. So there are things that, obviously, even quirky little jibber jabber and cheeky things thrown in, those things probably would, if you think too hard about it, you could kind of like break your intensity vibe, if you know what I mean. Like, her just losing it and then like starting to whack at Hal, like Kate starts beating up Hal in front of the service detail. That's funny. It's really funny. It's kind of more like a Wedding Crashers funny, you know what I mean? Like a rom-com funny, as opposed to she would clock him and just walk away. And then there'd be some consequences to that. But there are a lot of like little cheeky things thrown in, like when she's borderline having a panic attack, or she's trying, like, it's kind of I like it. It's very modern. Yeah. Oh, it's like an intense, yeah, it's like a tense dramedy. Yeah, exactly. So I love the intensity though. The beats are fast. That's kind of the thing that I do feel lends to a great pacing that for viewing pleasures. Obviously, that's where the drama comes from. Largely, these depictions, they don't move quite that fast. Now, and then also, the string of unfortunate events tend not to happen in that way. But it certainly makes for great television, and I quite like it. I mean, I don't know about you, Brie. As much as I like the writings of the daily life, thinking that you have to watch, like, you know, several days worth of things in order for a, you know, an action or an event to turn over might not be the greatest for viewing pleasure. So you can definitely see that, at least in the diplomats. And then I would say the same for both the others. It's very they groomed out, like they really streamlined the essence of the things, the roles, and then like throw in some of the realities of like women in positions of power. So you feel like she fits the role very well, though. You feel like casting people really choose correctly. Yeah. Well, you have the Americans, like it's very difficult to not see how good she is in that role. She does this very, very cold, calculating, stern, like business, kind of like an intensity that I feel back in the day like Nicole Kidman would have, until like try to branch off into more viewer friendly, but yet at the same time Nicole Kidman just, you know, like I like that actors have a wide range of things, but at the same time, man, those actors, like different actors that have particular things they do really well, when they decide to take those roles, they do them very, very well. You know, I'm trying to brush over the whole idea of typecasting, right? Typecasting does happen, but at the same time, there's also the reality that there's a reason they're typecast, because they're so good at it. So, all fairness to Carrie's character, right, Kate, that is her, like that is the actress that her first performance was The Americans for me, and that character is like Kate Weiler so wound tight. Like that is Kate Weiler 100%, without the quips and smiling and compromise, or all the things, like the comical parts, you know, the running gag, like she has to wear you know, clothing, dress up and that, minus all of that, and that's her prior character in The Americans. She is downright vicious, and vicious in like the coldest love you can possibly think of. So it fits really well. Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure about how is pretty all right. I'll let you see what I mean in The Americans, like how it compares to the person who's complimenting Kate in The Americans, because Al is a very different character in that case. He's more of a flaky character, is probably the word I would say. And then the other, her supporting her colleague in The Americans, that guy is more honorable and loyal, consistently loyal. So we'll see, because I only seen the first four episodes. The development of how screen time is fairly limited in the first one, but the first four, that's exciting. I like it. Honestly, I would have to watch The Americans again to actually even know what happens in the beginning. Been quite some time. It was very pleasant. Very pleasant. Yeah, casting is certainly quite a good start, right? I don't know. Just knowing someone else is watching it, I kind of want to watch both of them in tandem. We'll see. Time is thin. Yeah, time was fairly thin yesterday. How are you doing today, by the way, Bree? All right. Let me. The first episode was heartbreaking, though, for the Americans, but yeah, SA always gets you. Yeah. And you're not a super huge fan of Hal, but without giving too much away, later there's another character introduced, and you like him a bit better. Okay. Okay, so there's a cycling of supporting. Okay. Without obviously giving away, this is not like the Americans is like the sober slap in your face as hard as possible about the romanticism that you get used to when you see spycraft and spy people, right? Like, it's most definitely not a Mission Impossibles or James Bond. It's like, it's deliberately going against with an ironic title, the Americans. It's deliberately going against the romanticization of spies. Like, pretty it's gonna be continuously heartbreaking in different ways. Like, I think one thing this is more of a cultural thing. The whole idea of duty and love being together at once because of their roles is something that it will inevitably bring up conflict of interest. So I find that hits very close to home when it comes to other cultures, like the Chinese culture and the Japanese culture. When you have duty and love consistently consistently obligated in whatever they have. And spies, that is something that is completely absent, or sometimes it's there. Like the Mission Impossible series, they put in the backdrop all the time. Like Tom Cruise, occasionally you'll constantly get a throwback to Tom Cruise and his wife figure, right? But that's like the tip of the iceberg. And then James Bond just James Bond. In fact, he kind of does the opposite to the idea of relations and whatnot. And then we have all the other types of portrayals of agents and whatnot, where they cut all ties, right? Agents are agents. They have no familial ties. There's no juggling of that. What happens if it's part of your cover, right? And I think that's why it's so gripping entertainment. One of the gripping aspects of the Americans. What if duty is also human? And I always wondered that. I don't know if I ever watched like a documentary or something. I should consider that too. The diplomat thing, I love the sharp the dialogue. Now, that's something that might not be present in contrast to what you're watching compared to what I'm watching at the moment. Like the diplomat, the diplomat, being the diplomat, has incredibly sharp dialogue, and I absolutely love that. It kind of reminds me of House's sharp dialogue too. You know what I mean? Like, it's constant rolling sharp dialogue. Like the actors are constantly pushed to deliver incredibly technical, without saying, like, throwing shade at entertainment forward stuff. It's been a while since I've seen it's nice to watch a television show or a series. It's nice to watch a series that have incredibly sharp dialogue, like developed, involved dialogue in English. largely because if you're language learning, a lot of times you're not doing that, right? Because of the limitations. So the last couple 4 or 5 months, I've been largely on less of that. And watching The Diplomat was a breath of fresh air. I'm not entirely sure how the younger crowd finds these shows anymore. I doubt The Diplomat is that popular among the younger crowd. Definitely have very sharp dialogue. Like, finding that stuff gripping is tough. Like, from a perspective, if I were to put my my feet in the younger crowd's shoes, Diplomat is a hard sell. It is definitely a hard sell. But for me, I'm kind of the target audience. Oh, maybe that's the sentiment that I want to make. It's kind of nice that there are shows that are still targeted towards a minority audience, because that's what I mean by the difference between for entertainment writing and just because we want to. I think The Americans and The Good Wife are shows where they just want to, and then they somehow manage to keep those shows running, being excellent at what they do. But they were not mainstream shows. So The Diplomat still takes a few liberties here in order to like increase its reach, but it doesn't like pull its punches too far back, and I enjoy that. There are very rare shows that can be so good in its specialty that it garners universal acclaim and popularity, and Breaking Bad is one of them. But it's possibly due to specific nature of the genre. But things like Diplomat and like, I don't know, West Wing, those shows, there are very specific audiences for them, and I don't think it's American Gen Z, for example. I would be floored. I'm not sure if you're a younger crowd, Bree, or not, but I would say I would be pretty floored if I hear like a young lad going to college is like, my favorite show is watching military intrigue or diplomacy shows, and like I don't think that. I rarely would hear that. It's probably something like MCU or something, like a Marvel show or something like that. So it's refreshing. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I'm not saying those kiddos don't exist, but well, it's definitely up your alley. You'll be 28 in a few months, but then again, you grew up around your grandmother who loved Law and Order, and 24. I mean, you got me on Law and Order. I think I might have watched like one season of Law and Order. Not even that. I watched campier stuff like Castle. Back in the day, I watched like even campier stuff. The 24 I have, yes. As I grew older, I was more into that. I grew up on Hong Kong cop drama. Hong Kong cop drama. So lots of like betrayal upon betrayal upon betrayal, and everyone just seemingly is always backstabbing each other. As opposed to, specifically Law and Order SVU, you're not a huge fan of the other spin-offs, but you're a huge fan of Mariska. I'm not sure. So I don't know Law and Order well enough to know who that. Oh, okay. I see. I have seen my fair share. Just we're probably roaming in different things. Billions. Billions is an intersection of all of these things. I don't know if you've watched Billions, although it is more male centric, but Billions involves the intersection of politics and finance. So business and politics. She's been on the show since season 1. She's the only original cast member left from season 1. Ah, okay. How long has the SVU been running? I saw other things that people really enjoyed back then too, like 2 seasons of NCIS, like that type of thing. NCIS, the original NCIS. And that's something I didn't mention yesterday. Yeah. I didn't watch True Detectives yet though. I did watch Mad Men. Mad Men was interesting. It's going on to season 27. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. I think the longest like running extended series, hands down, there's no contest to it. It's Star Trek. So all of the Star Trek, except for the latest season of one of the new Star Trek. It's the one. It's not. It's the one with. What do they call it? It's not Picard. I'm all up to date on Picard and Strange New Worlds. It's the 3rd series. Oh, Discovery. It was Discovery. That's probably the longest. It's out of left field. It's unrelated to this, but there are quite a lot of elements of Star Trek that I use. They talk about the human condition a lot, so it's one of the things that drive me to watch Star Trek things. There's some elements of politics. It's episodic though, so not less so. Quite a lot of them are episodic outside of maybe Picard. So not so much a drama, but more of a series of episodes talking about the human condition in various science fiction ways. What am I looking at? This was from yesterday, right? Oh. What?
材料
材料. Okay. Alright. We're gonna try our best to remain semi on task. Eiki.
花
Ana. Okay.
紀元前
Ikenzen. Hmm.
鼻血
Energy. Uh.
受け入れる
Ukeireru. Oh. I guess that's fine too.
約
Yaku. What? Oh. I do that too often. Just stop doing that. Okay.
出席
Shoot Seki. Fresh in my head, fresh in my head. Oh, I also looked up when you were comparing and contrasting when you were talking about Speakly when you were mentioning that comment about subjunctive. Yeah, so Duolingo does go by the curriculum, like the standardization curriculum, but Speakly uses the other really trendy thing that people like to do, and they go by frequency. So they use statistical frequency to determine what comes first. And when I was reading like their promotional stuff and their summaries, there are a lot of bold claims, but generally speaking, content acquisition is proportional to the engagement or the routine that they have, not necessarily a guarantee of pace or efficacy. So when it kind of feels like there's a little bit of a leap of logic when they advertise their statistics-based approach that may lead to five times learning speed. I disagree. Its acquisition of content is remotely retained to the routine itself, not the sampling of it. So there kind of is a little leap of logic. Perhaps it makes people frequently use them. Like say for example, one of the theories behind using statistically backed exposure to high frequency things is that the other person, the person who's acquiring those words, would see them in the wild, but that's not attached to the routine of the tool. It's the other routine that the person has. So taking credibility for their method of using statistically backed frequency for exposure is part of the process, but I think it can be a larger leap of logic. This is taking very strong consideration that the routine that the person has in place also reinforces their use. Yes, they teach the top one, but in reality it's a lot more because of the live situation. Listen, it's banked around there. So if you have live situations and listening exercise, they are bound by teaching that philosophy. They are statistically bound to find frequency, and frequency leads to a higher propensity of engaging in those routines. And teach is not the word I would use. I would say exposure. And then the live situations and listening exercises is routine for the practice, right? For those live situations and listening routines, when they're bound around the high frequency words, makes them likely to occur elsewhere, which is excellent. But the routines and live listening exercises, that type of exposure and practice is implemented in various ways across all apps. There's a leap of logic to suggest that increasing routines over like adding routines is differentiable from other apps. Practice is practice. It contributes to the exposure of the word in that context. So if they chose specific live situations, those live situations are exposed. But if a person does not encounter those live situations, then it wouldn't create a substantial retention. But if they do, that's because they do it, not because the tool has some sort of strict advantage by doing something different. I think exposing to live situations and listening exercises, you either are doing it because the tool is supporting it, or you do it when you're not using the tool. So that's kind of a little thing that my vibe in the advertisement. Now, the PR has very little to do with the efficacy of the tool, right? I was just looking at their site. I tend to before I start on day one, whenever I start something or consider adding something, some 4 months down the line, I look at the PR, the optics, and what they claim and whatnot, and then do like a bit in day one about the impression I get from their promotions and whatnot. And usually I'm the one who makes the decision ultimately, so then I would break down how the decision was made from my perspective, where the impressions I get, maybe particularly focus I have. Leap of logics are very common because you want to get to the point, right? Trying to ascertain the philosophy of the things allows me to trying to ascertain the philosophy of the design helps me gauge what I'm to focus on or what I would like to see executed in the tool. If they're communicating that this is the reason, I would like to see if I can observe that, right? If I can't, or if I don't, then I would have pros and cons and stuff that deals with the optics of the tool. Like Duolingo struggles a lot with optics because it has such a massive audience. And one of the examples you gave when you were talking about one of the plugins, right? Like plugins yesterday that you mentioned, that deals with optics, right? How much explicit or implicit nature of the product is being described, and then how does that translate to the use case of it. Largely because if I were to become someone who would be trusted with any form of advice, it would have to deal with the presentation, the philosophy, and because in my opinion, that's far more intrinsically important when it comes to investing in someone's product. I think completely viewing the product on its own, it's probably very sufficient. It's a form of it's a tool that has many different routines invested on the supplemental like the content, right? You don't really delve very deep into their method. You just generally like the way they set up their app more. They expose you to a lot more, in your opinion, than Duolingo. I disagree. It's the same amount. I think you might be talking about the pace in which they do. Between grammar tips integrated into lessons, as well as conjugated tables, listening, exercise, listening, music recognition, it just feels more complete. You don't know the word you're looking for. I disagree. It's taking something at a specific pace and you get exposed to it at a faster pace. I think that's the word that I would say you're describing. There's a lot more that you're doing at once. When it comes to the content of it, whether it is explicit grammar tips or not, or implicit grammar tips, it's up to you at your pace. In Duolingo, you could make an argument that just like Speakly exposed you to something and then you see it out in the wild. Well, Duolingo implicitly exposed you to something and you have to go out in the wild to read those grammar tips, right? They could integrate and explicitly add all the grammar tips into the Duolingo, so therefore you don't have to go anywhere to look for those grammar tips. That is on Duolingo. That's what Duolingo didn't say, like, oh, hey, you should learn these grammar tips, or hey, we're gonna remove the make it convenient for you and put the grammar tips in their thing. So when it comes to the design, I don't actually. So when you understand Duolingo's blogs, they don't prioritize grammar tips. So saying that it, saying that they expose or not, there needs to be a consideration for intent. And it's very clear that Speakly intends to promote all these routines. Now, one of the downsides for me about that, a grain of salt, I didn't say you said Duolingo was useless, but Duolingo has definitely improved your French for sure. That's result bound. I don't have any information about how successful you are with either of them. You suppose you enjoy the implicitness of the grammar explanation, but that's just your personal learning style. It's the opposite, right? You like Speakly's explicit grammar style. Duolingo has complete implicitness. Or are you talking about Duolingo? Which one are you talking about? Because Duolingo is entirely implicit. I'm not sure. So how does Speakly, when you say grammar tips, Speakly is more likely implicit. Duolingo is nearly all implicit. And that's why people don't like Duolingo with grammar. Because they don't say anything about grammar. You surmise it from the examples. And people like that grammar is explicit, as in it provides explainers and context clues and whatnot for the grammar. I'm not entirely sure if we have the same definition of implicit or explicit either. For me, implicit means that you have to come up with the pattern reveals how it's used. So they only give you examples with no tips or anything. You see it occur various ways, and then that's it. But I got the distinct feeling that you're telling me that Speakly does more with that, so they become more explicit about that. Unless you're talking about there are more ways, like it's more thought out. You like Duolingo's implicitness, but at the same time, some explicitness is necessary in your opinion. So you think Speakly has a better balance? They don't shove it in your face, but it's there if you need it? Yeah, so your last comment is that you enjoy Duolingo's implicitness, but it's your personal learning style that you like Speakly more? I'm confused now. Because if you enjoy the implicitness of the grammar explanations, then you're talking about Speakly, right? I'm sorry, there's like a subject matter. You were talking about Duolingo, and then your second statement is talking about Speakly, right? Yeah, which is fair. I mean, sorry, I got lost because I wasn't sure what you were referring to in the second one, which now it makes sense to me. So you're saying that you prefer having more explicit instruction, right? And not implicit grammar explanation. An explanation to me is not implicit, it's explicit. I mean, I haven't used Speakly, so I'm trying to ascertain whether Speakly has explicitness or implicitness. If it's implicitness, I don't see the difference between Duolingo and Speakly at the moment. But I'll find out, I suppose. Most of my comments are dealing with what's on their website. I didn't look at any like some person's use of the product or anything like that. Personally, I like to reserve that for later for my own evaluations. I think there's a bit of an emotion from how you're describing. You think that Speakly has a better balance. They don't shove it in your face. Implicit is always shoved in your face. I'm not entirely sure if there's a degree of shoving in your face. Like an example is an example. I'm not entirely. Oh, you know what? I think I know what you might mean about shoving in your face. Oh, you're talking about the explicit thing. The explicit things aren't shoved in your face because it's just hidden somewhere. Like, oh, if you need it, you can go look at it. I see. Yeah, the grammar. That's interesting. Yeah. I think Duolingo doesn't do that either because it's not there. They just simply don't shove it in your face. And I don't see, for myself, if they don't shove it in my face, I'm inclined to go look for it. Which, if Speakly makes it convenient that it's there, that's nice. You don't have to go look for it. Right? I find that very convenient. It is something that I feel can be done by adding value to Duolingo stuff. Having a tray of curated information on the side, and then it's just there. How that works for their margins might be interesting. Like Speakly, that's extra, and that's nice. Having developers provide extra information where they're under. Alright, you were typing fast and didn't get to your point across well. You meant to say you enjoy the implicitness of Duolingo, but Speakly just fits your personal life. Okay. As it's better balanced specifically related to grammar, in your opinion, for the way you personally like learning a language. Yeah, I can kind of see that. The thing that I would like have less empathy for is that whether the grammar stuff is there or not, as a like being in language learning, you look for that grammar when you need. So the idea is, if someone has made it convenient for you, that's excellent. It's extra, right? For me personally. And if it's not there, you go look for it, right? So saving that extra time can be pragmatically useful. I don't necessarily think it's involved in learning styles. I think it's emotional style. Like it's very convenient when you don't have to go look for grammar explanations when you're interested in grammar explanations. And that's wonderful, in my opinion. It shows that Speakly's devs are willing to invest in information that has diminished return. That costs money and time for them to do, but at the same time, they're willing to do it without necessarily having use. And I actually quite like that type of philosophy. It demonstrates that the developers are more willing to include things that might not have a financial kickback, if you know what I mean. Like, for example, the shows and TV shows we were talking about, there are people who make things they like, and then they add extra things that might not show up or be appreciated, but they do it anyways for those who are able to appreciate it, as opposed to optimizing their costs per money or cost per engagement or something, where everything's so streamlined where all that extra stuff is cut out. So like in Duolingo, since Duolingo is a publicly traded company, right, most of their actions are incredibly streamlined. So it's unapologetically pragmatic, where Speakly has a lot of excess things, and I like that. Like, that shows that they're still in a phase of not hyper optimization or streaming. They have a based on all the things you listed, like listening exercises, live situations, music recommendations. Those are the early stages of Duolingo. Like way, you know, at the inaugural like the start of Duolingo, that was the exploration phase where products are constantly shotgunning. And then when they shotgun, at some point, if they become like a publicly traded company or something that has incredibly high investment margins, then that streaming and refining and like the streamlining and refining happens, and then you start losing features. So it's nice that Speakly is still in a phase where they're expanding features. The way I can illustrate this is when you play a video game and a developer says, you know what, we should put in like 7 or 8 accessibility features that require us to like spend 30% of our excess resources making sure that the accessibility features are there. Meanwhile, they understand that their target audience will not use 90% of the accessibility features that they placed in. The idea is it's wonderful to have them, and it's very incredibly thoughtful of the developer that they know that despite having diminished return on investing on a lot of specific features or inclusions, they are able to cater to the largest audience possible without compromising on like their principles, right? Like including grammar tips or not including grammar tips is a feature of language learning. There are schools of thought, and one, for example, Speakly's compromise, for example, is to demonstrate the principles, limiting principles. When you prioritize the highest frequency things like words in a language, then that also means being compromising for the lesser frequency words, right? And that's kind of what Duolingo and Speakly has in contrast. Duolingo is incredibly streamlined for the sake of, if you include grammar tips and whatnot, how much of that is useful, because they're talking like a business, right? How much is that useful? Do people use grammar tips? Do people read grammar tips? Well, they did at one point clearly have reminiscences of like, hey, we should include some grammar tips in the guidebook. And they probably have metrics on how useful those guidebooks were just to include some grammar things. And if it isn't like past a certain threshold, they cut it. And Speakly is being uncompromising, which is awesome. Early days though. I'm not actually sure how. Did you mention like 4 years or something? Early days. Oh, WaniKani is very similar. It's uncompromised. It's streamlined. WaniKani is incredibly streamlined. So most of the stuff that were added afterwards, like the scripts and stuff and modding, is extra. So were there communities who continuously use WaniKani for over 11 years. They continue to push to add these features to WaniKani, but it also comes at the point of overhead and a refinement. So you start asking yourself, is this feature worth the upfront investment costs in its application? And that's when you get into like people who've used the tool for a very long time. They're like, oh, well, in the end, this feature is not worth it. You could go and look for new ones. So that stuff comes up a lot, but it is very wonderful to hear that they do that. Of course, I know you didn't say of course, but you hope you didn't come across that you were trying to force you to use Speakly? No, not really. You are free to do your own research and choose for yourself. I figured you offer you a spot in your, because you don't have anyone else in your life to give. That's fine. Like, this has nothing to do with. This is how I analyze things. So, that's understandable. I mean, you didn't force me to do anything. I was curious about Speakly because you were passionate about Speakly. But being that Speakly is a passionate thing, as a passionate part of your life, then my investment is only to tell you how critically invested I am in looking at Speakly. So being forced to do anything, rarely do people ever force me to do anything. The idea is that if I am to use Speakly, I will do all of this regardless, because that's how I stay intellectually inclined. So when someone asks me to do things or share things very passionately, then I will probably be very passionate about it. Otherwise I wouldn't have said anything about this stuff, like, you know, the diplomats and Speakly. But that's my 2 cents. That's my 2 cents about Speakly. I think sometimes PR is a little different. Like optics. Oh, I know I sound like a diplomat right now, but generally speaking, optics are incredibly important to a product. And if there's anything, whenever I do something, I try to understand as much of the optics and like the target audience as much as possible. largely because that's the most interesting part. For me personally, the most interesting part are the people using the product, how they view it, and then how that's contrast with how people see it in different stages. So for me right now, Speakly is seen very differently from the outside, I would say, at the moment. Because the way we're talking about it, you're saying things that is not necessarily quite apparent. Like what I would say other people would look at for. I think they see the 5x faster learning is what pops out in their head versus all the things they have to do in Speakly to get that result, right? Or to likely see that result. Nowadays, I think when people say, oh, you can be fluent in this one place, they are not given an impression of what it takes with that tool to achieve that result. I think one of the things that WaniKani does too that led to some of those things, like learn what is the thing that they say a lot of times, learn 2,000 kanji and 6,000 vocabulary words in 1 year, and that is the upper limit. So over time they kept that slogan, which is something that I still enjoy WaniKani and do all of that. But realistically, when I was looking at that, I was like, oh yeah, I'm sure that's possible. And then that became a topic of discussion. It's a recurring topic of discussion on their forums. Whenever someone starts like 1 week in and they're like, hey, am I doing something wrong? Like, I'm on this pace and I think I'm doing quite a lot, but I see these people saying like they do this much and they're showing these curves. Like, well, is there something I'm doing wrong? Because by the time I get to 2,000 kanji, it's gonna be like 5 years. And that's kind of one of the things that I was speaking of indirectly about Speakly's like optics. It's I'm not entirely sure if I'm convinced. Some people want the quick and easy way out. They think one thing can get them to fluency with very minimum, but that just isn't reality. Yes, but the people who make their products and their optics also ingrains that promise. And so when you say people, it's at least two body problem. The frequency of apps making leaps of logic in promise is not necessarily reflective of how effective their product is. Like, if you keep seeing apps do that, it can make that impression real, right? And to me, I think whatever Speakly is doing, at least from now, I dig deeper, right? I dig deeper a little bit. Like, to be very fair, I only looked at their website for like an hour and a half. I look at their landing page, see their search results and their like blip on Google, because we also have to understand and accept the reality that the most exposure someone would click on the link is they do a Google search and then they look at the title and the descriptor, right? And the first descriptor that I saw when I hit Speakly was you learn 5 times faster. 5 times faster than any other language, like other products. And my thought was, I wonder how that impacts like product reviews and whatnot. So it's not that I looked into it yet, but it would be interesting to see in the future when I'm using it. This doesn't impact my way of using the tool. Like when I use an app, it's usually you start somewhere and you make it better along the way. So it could be the worst looking product. If someone is super interested in it, then I am interested in it. Again, like to really clarify, I like products when people like the products. So because you really like to talk about the Speakly and talk about and defend it very like celebrate it in a proactive way instead of like downplaying anything else in order to elevate its position. That is why I start using products. When someone doesn't talk about the thing that they like, that's when they can say whatever they want and I wouldn't be swayed in any way. So I'm talking about this and spending time about it is because you're very enthusiastic about it, and that's why it's good. I like to do things when people are enthusiastic about it. It's very different. I'll give you an example of how other people have tried to convince me or shared what their favorite product is. They spend 95% of the time telling me how the current thing I'm doing sucks and that's why they should use their product. I don't like that. And there are quite a lot of app designers out there. Maybe the developers and their PR, their optics, use the fear tactic. And they had a miscommunication. Speakly does not. Their landing page does not suggest that. Like, they're not using fear tactics. Like, what's a really cheap one that happens all the time? This, in my opinion, is a very, very pro-business, but low effort way that product managers of app designs kind of ingrain that reality that you're talking about, where some people want quick and easy things. They would do this. We'll give an example for this. And then this is the product X. And then they would have a feature list here, right? It'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then they would have like an X. They would have like a check mark here. 0, like in X, right? In X, X, X. And then they would have like a X here, a check mark here, X, X. And then their product would have a check mark on everything. But this does not explain how useful these features are. And this does not explain how the features fit into the mark. It's just telling you that their competitors do not have these features. So it does not tell you anything about the actual product. It just tells you that the product has these features. And that is incredibly deceptive. And deceptive not in the sense that they're not lying. This is not a lie. What they don't include here is the features this X does not have. So what features does it not have? And why? Right? And Speakly doesn't do that. At least from my initial glance. Speakly tells you what it does have, and then they proceed to explain what these things are and how they lead to them. So I think the site is far more in optics standpoint. WaniKani is actually not that great at explaining things, but they also don't do this. So like WaniKani, the landing page for WaniKani doesn't say what other products don't offer. They only focus on their product. They typically focus on their product. Now, the way they explain their product is not that great. As in, oh, it's a great kanji source. What does that mean? It's a great kanji source. And then they have a statistic, right? 200 kanji, possible 200 kanji in 1 year. And that becomes the talk. I think Speakly has done a great job overall of, in my opinion, not hitting these red flags. If you're wondering what, like, if you see these charts, there are quite a lot of apps that do this as the front landing page and then have like a subscribe button down here or something. Yeah, this is business. And when I see this, someone's got to convince me and explain to me what these things are. And I think you will probably do that, Pre. And that's why I'm very invested. I took some time to look at the Speakly page because I think you're very invested, and I like that. Again, I wasn't joking. Maybe Speakly should hire you as a PR person. Just go around, you know, you're the contact, so you just go around scouting for people interested in Speakly, and you focus on talking about Speakly, right? I think this stuff is uncharacteristic when you have someone talking about these features, and I want to be that type of person. Whenever I'm doing something, right, like if someone asks me what's WaniKani, I want to be able to talk about their features and what they don't include intentionally by design. So I need to know something about the devs, and I don't have open channel with the devs like for WaniKani, so the best thing I can do is presume things or infer things, and then let the person decide if these are presumptions that are accurate or not. However, the thing I don't typically do is talk about how WaniKani is different from Anki. Right? I wouldn't use that. And that's kind of one of those things that are very tricky for me. Like, because if they happen, if someone, you know, oh, that's understandable, Bree. I imagine you would. We can talk about this like somewhere down the road with Speakly. We can compare and contrast our interpretations of Speakly. I actually compare and contrast my interpretations with the occasional person who takes an approach to Duolingo similarly. Like the occasional person who has that design, like looking at design and developers as their relationship of design and developer intent versus whatever they wish it was, right? So if I had to take a breakdown, there's a relationship. These are correlations, not causations. But one of the correlations is wishful thinking, the extent of wishful thinking. So like if wishful thinking goes up, it tends to be projected onto a product. And oftentimes the evaluation of that product deals with what the product does not have. Right. And then when someone is analytical, right, it is not necessarily wishful thinking. We'll call it realistic, right? As realistic expectations go up, the product tends to be viewed as does and does not. Now, there are other consequences of wishful thinking. When a wishful thinker uses more than one product, then the comparisons would be typically voiced in the product that has something, then the other product has not that thing. Right. And then that's this makes up like 75% of my discussions when it comes to product things. And then of the 25%, it doesn't change. This doesn't change when it comes to like 3 products, 4 products. Typically what happens is you would find someone who would say like you, oh, I use both. I just use them for what they do and what they do not. Oops, sorry, I wrote does not twice. Does and does not. And that's kind of where we are, right? And I'm looking for that. I'm looking at Speakly and I'm like, huh. I wonder, so the stuff that you're talking about, the most interesting stuff. Yeah, I am quite interested in all the stuff that they're advertising, which I'm not entirely sure if people want that or not. I want this stuff. I like full feature rich stuff. And my thought was, that's impressive, because like if I had to talk about grammar, people want grammar, but they don't use grammar. You know what I mean by this? Like a developer, when it comes to businesses, a developer can become a sinking ship. A sinking ship for investors if they continue to do adding features but getting diminished return. It's kind of like immersion. Immersion apps can be a dud sometimes, right? What happens what about an immersion app? Sometimes the devs are awesome people. They are incredibly awesome. They are passionate, but their immersion content is not trendy. So they can be super good, super wonderful for learning, but if their target audience does not resonate with the immersion content that they're making, like for me, for instance, I could double down, write books, release books of all these things I'm talking about right now in this very moment, but it's not trendy. So I have to be realistic with myself and think about, okay, if I really want to turn this into business, I have to do something as a compromise. And at the moment, I don't see Speakly as a compromise yet, right? And I hope they continue to be able to do that. I love my indie peeps, like people who are unapologetically. I think WaniKani started that way as well, and Tofugu started that way. I earnestly, I wasn't there at the beginning of Duolingo, obviously, but I earnestly thought in the early days Duolingo was like that too. If Speakly becomes really big, there are compromises they'll make. But for now, the nice thing about being a consumer is you can consume products at different stages and then bring them with you in the future. So the Duolingo of today that I have exposure to is not the Duolingo of that everyone else says. Although you love it, you do see its flaws. Some of the speaking is robotic sounding. Oh, they use synthetic. That's for scaling. That's for scaling. It is very incredible, like incredibly taxing. So they do, that is a compromise, probably a cost measure. And you found a couple incorrect translations. That'll happen, right? You know what's funny about incorrect translations? Whenever you find like typos and incorrect translations, if they are sporadic, the one thing you can keep in mind as a reassurance is someone's actually making them. I'm just saying, if it's a systematic error, then you know that's that's part of a product of automation. So if that helps you understand, like if that gives you like a little bump on like sentimentalism, I don't mind inconsistent errors, because it also means that, man, someone is writing these things. That's really brave, and it's a sentimental thing. It doesn't affect like the pragmatic hearted people, but if it's a systematic one, then it also reveals that it's probably automated, and that automation shouldn't be incorrect. Like it's less likely if it's automated, these things need to get fixed because it's not a part of the writing process. But I do like it when I bump into, I don't know if this is a mindset that come across your mind when you find a typo. Occasionally I find typos in HanziHero, but there's so much, but the typos are absolutely inconsistent. Like maybe it's a bug in the things, but some of them are like, nah, that's a human error. And all I can think about is like, no, that's okay. I know enough about it to know that it's, a human error. To me, I think that's a fun little quirk about comparing robotics, like AI, like generation for scaling issues. And then nowadays I totally excuse like the occasional thing, and then you go to the forums and you report it and they'll get on top of it. But you don't think any app out there is perfect? No. Yeah, there isn't. I don't think any routine is perfect. I don't think anything is perfect, actually. Now that I think about it. I think we can go a little broader. I don't think anything made by a human is perfect. And you know what's funny and ironic about that? I think that's perfect. Humans are perfect because they're imperfect. They have imperfections. Yeah, I do believe Speakly was founded in 2006, by the way. Oh, they're a lot older than I thought. Almost 10 years. Interesting. Huh. That's impressive. I wonder how. I'm still wondering how they cut costs. The synthetic voices is a great cost measure, and I don't think it will be possible to have an operation that scales enough on that budget to not have automation. Like, for example, WaniKani is already pretty impressive. Like the stuff that you're hearing, the speaker, they have like 3 speakers. So just having a speaker being able to pronounce each of the vocabulary words is already pretty absurd for over 11 years. As well as the constant demand, like, oh, why can't we have the speakers read out all those context sentences? That's like, I mean, with the idea is a lot of people suggest, oh, well, you can recruit people, right? And have them voluntarily do it. Would you voluntarily do it? The answer is usually no. They would say, it's one of those scaling issues. It's a lot easier to imagine that you would want to do it. So imagine spending 11 years consistently daily reading context sentences with a cost that keeps the app running, and at the same time be consistent enough for those same people to want to have consistent quality readouts from like a native speaker and whatnot, as opposed to the trade-off, which is synthetic voices, where if they make some weird robotic sound thing, it would be consistently that robotic sound thing. And then when you tweak that, they will consistently be consistent after the tweak, right? So over time, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, and yes, a lot of native purists and whatnot, this is exceptionally true in Japanese, by the way. What you were talking about, the speeding of robotic sounding, I think because of the pitch accent nature of Japanese and maybe like the tonality of Chinese, the whole robotic sounding thing can impart a miscommunication thing. But for Spanish, and I would imagine French and English examples, they just simply is a preference, largely because of I don't mind the robotic sound, and it's more like a matter of taste a lot of times. But in Japanese, that whole like robotic sounding issue, the synthetic voice, it is an area that people are very, very worried about, because it can impact. Actually, it's less so for Japanese. There's this thing, there's pitch accent, and pitch accent makes you sound like you're emphasizing the wrong syllable, for example, right? Put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. But when I say emphasis on the wrong syllable in English, you still hear emphasis on the wrong syllable. It can be a little weird, but since English, French, and Spanish, I would say, has a far more leeway because of their wider exposure in the world, their impact factor is way higher. There's tolerability as an expectation. In Japanese, it doesn't, it makes you a little hard, it could potentially make you a little hard to understand if you're mirroring a robotic sound, which is like Duolingo, which doesn't pay attention to pitch accent, but it doesn't incredibly skew the meaning, like make it unrecognizable to someone who understands Japanese. On the other hand, in Chinese, it can completely uproot the word you're trying to say. So even then, for example, for the robotic voice, HanziHero, in order to achieve the thing that I was doing yesterday or using yesterday with HanziHero, where they read out the sentences, that for two people to do will be an entire organization. And lots of times, someone who doesn't operate or make products on a large scale would say, oh, that's easy. Just go and hire all your fans. Like, you know, you got a lot of users. Just hire all your users to create a platform where they would upload all their voice samples. Well, the developer doesn't have to do that. You could do that. Go do it. The reason why I say that is because it is incredibly difficult for reasons a lot of people don't take into consideration. I don't operate a business, but I do read and make sure that when I think something is very easy and it's like a snap of a wrist, like someone says, oh, this is really easy to do, my first thought is, wow, if it's so easy and it's always a win-win situation, why is it in reality the devs do not do this? So you have to challenge yourselves. Like, maybe the null hypothesis is it's not easy. And over time, when I was looking into business structures and stuff, I can't even imagine having to scout, consistently pay, and also making sure all those people you have to vet every single person. They have to put in their quota. That's like an entire operation, like an entire operation of voice actors or readers. And meanwhile, you know, the person in front of the keyboard is like, oh, it's just easy. Like, I can read hundreds of context sentences. Like, yeah, but you have to meet the quality standards. You also have to meet the standards of all your customers. So if you're willing to read tens of thousands of context sentences and also say, if the viewers don't like it, you don't get paid. That is what the model that would support something like that would be. Like, you get paid based on how your viewers want that. And then now you start thinking, well, why don't that person just be a content creator then? There you go. So oftentimes when people say, oh, this has robotic voices, and my thought is, okay, so what are you going to do about it? Like, well, I'm just not going to listen to it. Okay, and then how are you going to get your listening? Well, I'll just listen to some native content creator. Nice. Problem solving. Excellent. Now, if this person attacks a product for not doing a certain way and suggests that it's super easy, that's when I kind of leave. Like, personally, I will respectfully walk out the door and let you to your ideas, because easy things, much like the theory of people are always looking for a quick and easy way out, they're also applying quick and easy solutions that are not quick and easy. And one of them is scaling for pronunciation. That, to me, lots of people are like, oh, there are plenty of fans who would submit voices. Yeah, but you're looking for one person to want to do that for a living. Because the first problem with these things is the language learner wants it to be consistent. Now, if they were okay with some, like, hearing hundreds of 150 different types of accents and tendencies to read every other word, and then you're like, oh yeah, that will produce consistency in learning a foundation, then show me an app. Show me an example of it. Because I think it would be a nightmare in French. It would be a nightmare in Spanish. And it would be a nightmare in English. Maybe Japanese. WaniKani has kind of done that. Maybe in Japanese. Not maybe in Chinese. Chinese is just way out. Like, it's gone. Like, for me, if I were to read something, I would say, oh, I kind of sound like that. And then I think about it as like, no, my Fujianese is affecting my Mandarin pronunciation. So it's one of those. Aside from those points, you had chats with their customer service support, and it seems like they really are careful in regards to adding new languages. Yeah, they said they plan to add Portuguese. Oh, interesting. And Swedish, but they don't have any other language in the works because they're specifically focused on those. Exactly. That's what makes scaling a nightmare, and it's amazing that they have restraint. Like, even in their over 10-year tenure, they're not expanding to a point, like, rudimentarily. And Duolingo does that, which is a business move, right? But they have a different philosophy. They have a different philosophy in this. So, but I'm not sure if that's something you find interesting, but I do. Coming from Duo, who has said just want to push out content as fast as possible in several interviews. Yes. Because you have to understand their philosophy. Their philosophy is to get people wet in language, not to give them advanced proficiency in language. Duolingo is like you're reading something out of context, in my opinion. The bigger picture is that Duolingo just wants people to be interested in learning. It's not the mastery of language. They are creating exposure of language. So yes, they will be pushing out content as fast as possible. And it's not of a deteriorating quality, is of the same rotational quality. So what I mean by that is they use a staggered development cycle. So you start with quality 1, and then when a new round of quality 1s come out, there are going to be quality 2s, which come from the quality 1s. And then they continue to stagger this way. So that's how they scale their model. So all the things that are in quality 1 are of a quality that is fixed because it's try and true. And then 2, and then 2, and then once you get to the end stuff, it's the most experimental. So this is industrial approach, right? You have the basis of, and then this is where it falls apart a little bit, because if it's of a fixed quality, all the language bases are going to feel the same-ish, but the languages may have inherent differences that will make one less than the others, but their approach will be the same. So that's necessary to expand, or that type of thing. So what you say is they push content as fast as possible out is accurate. It is their intent that their users are consistently dabbling in many languages at a very basic level in order for them to be interested in a product like Speakly. This is a non-competitive process. You do like that they take their time, but that's not a dig on Duo necessarily, as Speakly and Duo seem to be different. Yeah. No one said it isn't. I'm adding to the discussion. I think you keep thinking, okay, we need to get something clear here, Bree. I think you keep thinking whatever I'm saying is negative, or you keep thinking people are negative. That might be the way you're interacting with other people, but I'm adding to your comment. Like, Duo says they want to push content as fast as possible. That is true. There is nothing negative about it. It is for their content. It is for their principle. But you expressed Speakly's principles without expressing Duo's principles. In my opinion. Like, yes, Speakly is taking their time, Duo is not taking their time, but you are implying you know more about Speakly than Duo, is what I'm suggesting, I suppose. And we agree on this, but it has nothing to do with being negative or positive. Like, I'm not even reading that as negative. I'm adding to the discussion. And then you say, of course you know this. And it's like, yes, but you didn't say it, so I'm adding to it. So I want to make it clear that there is nothing negative about stating what is true. Pushing content out as fast. You're just clarifying, as you know, sometimes you type fast and you thought, sorry, that comes off that. It's the same way again, but fair enough. I'm just gonna end there with the whole thing because it's not your problem. There's no problem here. But the idea is, yes, they're different models, and it is very important to know that this is the model, because in my opinion, this is where I think Duo also has a leap of logic, as well as Speakly, is when people say things like 5x, in my opinion, this is like a language thing. 5x. What does that mean? Right? Best. What does it mean? I think and the way we're talking about it is that's what that means. Like, the thing that 5x means could be tied with the idea that Speakly has a philosophy of cautiously adding languages while curating things. What does best mean to Duo? Exposure. Because that's their primary focus. And what does that exposure mean? Not grammar. In fact, they put out blogs on a daily basis writing it's not grammar. But when you see best, right? When someone sees best, what does that mean? For me, I have to see it to know what it means, right? Or use it in some way. So some things like this. I think this one is my harping point on Speakly. When they say 5x, personally, I'm nitpicky. 5x implies that there's a standard, but I don't know what the standard is. I have no idea what the standard is. And oftentimes, it can feel that if there's a standard that is weaker, so like, for example, whatever the standard is that they're comparing to, what does it have to offer, right? It's not going to be negative here, but doing it this way would suggest that it's negative. Right, this is a negative comparison, as in it's a positive for the people who have 5x of whatever it is, and whatever the other thing is, it doesn't have that. Now the question is that important to whatever the other product is? I don't know. I don't know what they're comparing it to. And I think oftentimes whenever someone, if you talk about item A and you're comparing it to item B, and then the other person adds something to item B, it may seem like you're interpreting that this person, which is fair, actually. It is fair. This is, I agree with your tendencies, like your tendencies to talk about this, where when someone adds to B, it can make it seem like person B is trying to defend B. And I think that's a very normal response. For here, I'm adding to A and I'm adding to B. So I'm expanding upon what I try to anyways. But in this case, I know more about B. I don't know anything about A. So I can't add to A. Like there's no more. Like I can no longer speak about Speakly because I haven't used it. So it can seem like I'm being defense, or like there's some element of defense, but I'm speaking about things I know, which is Duolingo. I very invested in understanding Duolingo. So hopefully that is okay. Like, I apologize if you keep feeling like I'm not talking about Speakly enough because I don't know anything about Speakly other than what you're saying about Duo, right? That's probably a big point. And again, Duo still only takes up a fraction of my time now. It used to be all of the time because that's where we were starting, but nowadays Duo takes up like a third, if not less, of my time. Largely because we've extracted quite a lot of what it does, and I feel like I understand it fairly well, and that's what I'm sharing. No, that's not what you're thinking at all. You understand my points and agree. Okay, now I disagree with you. I think you understand my points and agree. I don't think you're giving me the impression that's what you think at all. Because you keep apologizing for doing something that I don't think you're doing. So you keep saying it's not a dig at Duolingo. I'm not saying Duolingo is useless. I don't think Duolingo is lacking something. I'm just saying Speakly does it better, like does it more for your preference. And that comes off as you keep thinking that I think you're being negative about Duolingo. If you're saying none of that is accurate to the way you're behaving, then I disagree with you. I think that's a huge point of cognitive dissonance. That you keep apologizing for something that I'm not assuming you're doing. I know you understand my points and agree. That's fine. But what I was talking about was that you keep saying you're clarifying, and it's not a dig. You're like, and then you're saying I'm not being negative, right? But I don't know what you're apologizing for. Then you keep mentioning that that's not a dig on Duo. Like, I know it's not a dig on Duo. Or is it? I don't think it's a dig on Duo. Or maybe you're informing me that you're not digging on Duo. I'm it's fine. Like, I think we're fine. There's no like animosity here. I just feel like you keep apologizing for something that I don't think you're doing. You're perfectly fine. It's okay. I think we're like metagaming each other. I feel that we're metagaming each other a little too hard here. Maybe it's the case of trying to be agreeable, aggressively trying to be agreeable. Perhaps that's the way. It's like two people cringingly trying to be agreeable to each other. If you know what I mean. I'm trying to think of a scene from a movie or from a TV show where, like, you know how you have like a scene where person A, right, wants to go through the, like, let's say person A and person B want to go through a door, and then person A is like, they're both going at the same time. It's like, oh, sorry, like, you should go first. And then the other person, no, you should go first. And it's like, okay, well, you should, I think for the X reason, you should go first. And then the other person, no, it's not like that. It's for Y reason, and you should go first. And then that's, I feel like that's what's happening here. So I think we can be okay with the idea that I think we're trying to be really invested in each other, And we both haven't walked through the door. Sorry. All right. It's okay. It's okay. And also, you're typing and I'm speaking, so it's kind of asymmetrical. Sorry about that too. All right. A box and treasure. Is that not a key? What do I need in a treasure? I was reading over your comments again, and I think I know what you mean, though. Like, where I lost track of the idea. You were saying that you were only clarifying for the sake of clarifying. But I'm not being negative. Or at least I wasn't intending to be negative. I have no idea. Moving along. Medicine. Flower cover. You don't know how to explain it without touching on things that are probably not appropriate to talk about in a public setting. But I will say you're an over-apologizer due to the things that have occurred in your life and very anti-conflict, and sometimes without even realizing you find yourself trying to avoid any type of negative response. That's fair. I respect that. Even if you don't think the person speaking being negative, it's just a quirk of maybe your trauma. I can empathize with that. And I really I might have to apologize for this, but it can be tough, but I don't think you need to apologize. Like, yeah, it's very apparent that you do over apologize, and I don't think you have much to apologize for. And I do agree that it can be hard. It can be hard, but you shouldn't have to apologize for being forward and also being exacting. Like, maybe hear me out. Hear me out. Perhaps because of, I don't want to go into any of your personal stuff, obviously. Perhaps one day, like sometime in the future, when you are being able to surround with people who like just implicitly or like have a better consideration or maybe an over consideration of your feelings and being on point, you would feel comfortable enough to not have to worry about clarifying all the time, like for example, and then being worried that that other person feels like you're doing something that they're inappropriate. Or like, what I mean is, I don't want to give you the impression, and I'm very argumentative in that way, I suppose. Ironically, I don't want to give you the impression that you have to apologize for anything, or have to explain yourself so dramatically that that other person is criticizing you for being short-sighted or something like that. There's no way in any way that you give me the impression that you're short-sighted. So I'm more like trying to add, most like to confirm a lot of things that you are talking about, right? And it's kind of interesting that you have a very worrying commentary. Like, your responses are worrying me, because, or like, I'm trying to be very cognizant about how there's a chance that I've misunderstood you, right? Like, when you apologize, it can give me the indicator that there must have been some sort of insecurity somewhere, or some sort of confusion somewhere. And I want to reassure you that you have not caused any confusion for me. Typically, I like to put in the hat and say, oh, I know where you're going with this. And then I wanted to add to it, right? In case, like, so we're trying to, habitually trying to complete your thoughts, or try to get to the same page. But at the same time, there's this apprehension that I get the impression of, where you're suggesting, oh, maybe the person might have misunderstood me, or I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page. And I'm like, well, we're on the same page. No reason for that. And then, then the apology happens. I'm like, maybe I've gotten something wrong, right? Or I've not been clear in reverse. So that's when that door situation happens, where person A is constantly worried about what they're saying in the response to person B, and then the person B is doing the exact same thing. And then what happens is we get to this really awkward position where two people are overtly trying to be agreeable to each other, and then they kind of just lose what they were talking about in the first place. Mind you, I want to be transparent with you. This is also how I interact with my friends a lot of times, where things don't necessarily get done or said, or the conversation doesn't necessarily progress anywhere, but I don't mind it at all. I think it's really funny, or it's humorous when you look back on it. Like, here we are having, like, we're raising stress levels, but not in a bad, I don't think this is necessarily a bad stress level, but it could be that I might not be able to empathize with your personal, like, your anti-conflict, like your personal problems. However, I just want to alleviate the idea that sometimes I like to believe that there will be people in your life in the future that's just got your back, right? When you say something, they just add on to whatever you say, and it can be very cathartic. So no, in my opinion, I like to hope that I become a little bit more consistent in telling you that when you say something, I'm probably just double downing on what you're saying. Maybe it could be related to some sort of quirk of trauma, where it can be a little awkward when someone just assumes we're on the same page and we're celebrating what we know, right? As opposed to being in a continuous position where maybe that person is always arguing against you or something like that. At least that's the most appropriate way I can place this without any personal things. I think in the future, I hope that there are a lot of people who are like with you on most of your things, as opposed to you having to constantly clarify, and in order to make sure that transparency produces like accuracy. Sometimes you just trust. Like I know I'm not trying to trivialize your trauma, but having people that you simply just trust, like, oh yeah, like dogs, right? Am I right? Or like cats. What are their deal, Apologizing. Like why hear me out. I'm not entirely sure when was the last time I apologized to my friends. So that is an interesting thought. We can definitely be over apologetic. I am one of those people who have been told that if the frequency in which I apologize for things in different ways may lessen the impact of apologizing. I also find that I'm in that type of person who, when someone apologizes profusely over and over again, I start to think that something is potentially not sustainable, where like it can be a problem in the future, and I don't want that person to be apologizing for something that they didn't do. Or maybe they did do it, but you might not have to apologize anyways. I hope that is explained. Feelings are weird. Great. Feelings are weird. I just want to let you know that if you apologize, I'll probably talk about it. I think that's a healthy thing, but you can always tell me if you don't want to talk about it, which is great that you mentioned where your line is, right, for public setting. Oh, is that all right? I think that's acceptable, right? Hopefully. And on the topic of Speakly, yes, knowing that Speakly has been around for 9+ years and still have that type of mentality, there's got to be some magic involved. There's another one called it starts with a P, like reply or something. That not reply, reply or something. That's also a competitor as well. Yeah. Reapply? Reply? Yeah. That was founded a few years before Speakly. That I hear get thrown around in the machine, like a machine assisted field quite a lot. I haven't considered that either. And then, we still have the founders of these things, like Rosetta Stone, the Babbel competition, and a Pimsleur, Fluent U. I already mentioned Fluent U yesterday. There's so many. There's like so many. You are the first, by the way, to mention Speakly. The other one would be not necessarily an automated platform or an app, but italki. Italki is... You think Preply is similar to italki, or at least that's what you heard? Yes, exactly. It's a place where you can pay for a human tutor. Yeah. And what I mean by it is like it's the industrial stuff. Like people are... You encounter a lot of users, especially Italki. I think Italki's gotten the most exposure from me anecdotally. Do you like talking to other people, like other human tutors? I'm gonna be real. I'm not the greatest anymore with a hierarchy interaction. I typically like scholastically equal footing. So mutual exchange is my preferred position. I do not particularly like one-way exchanges. Maybe that's because of old age, or my most recency of professional backgrounds. I think my learning efficacy is typically most highest when there's a mutual exchange. Like you and I, this conversation that we had already is nearly unforgettable for as long as we know each other. If I was sitting here and you're just like instructing me, and then I do not have like an active engagement with you in exchanging ideas, then it would no longer become very memorable. It becomes, I extract whatever I want from you, and then you like that person becomes a representation of that information, as opposed to being motivated to interact with that person. I do understand that other people would say, oh, but human tutors are great because it's the only human interaction they might have in that type of setting. Like when they're talking with their friends aren't taking turns exchanging ideas. If you know what I mean. Like it's not a normal occurrence. But for me, I think when I talk to my friends, I expect to be learning something from my friends. Like, how was your day? I'm trying to learn more about their day. Like, oh, what did you do yesterday? Give me the Skippy, because I wasn't able to be there with them. So, and we all play like different games. We all have different interests. So whenever we get together, it's about catching up and learning from each other what we like and what we're doing at the moment. However, it is kind of tough because the people I usually hang out with don't see human interaction as exchanging ideas to make things stronger. They prefer to exist, and I feel that is type of interaction that people want, or not want, but are used to. They have become used to, like a machine, for example, where you have no human attachments to it, so you're either wrong or you're right, and that's sufficient. And then when they get to a human tutor, that's the next step, and then they can be something more. Yeah, I like person-to-person dynamics. I think it's a order of operations here. So when you start, it's self. And then when you're in stage 2, this is arbitrary and a little bit reductive, but then you get to person instructor. Right? So the self, now it's automation. And then that automation is replaced with human. And then the last step is person to person. Person dynamic. So I like this. Like apps remind me that, oh, this is really convenient for what it is, you know, all the stuff like A through B, right? A through B. It's great. It's super convenient. It has elements that is absent, you know. It's absent here. It's available here. And then there are things that are available here that's not available here. And then to me, when people focus on dynamics of exchanging ideas, many people are still looking for the high school thing. Because in my opinion, that's the dynamics that they have become used to. Oftentimes, when you get to here, you either get it in the workspace, right? A job, right? A professional job. When you become professional, or you go to professional school or grad school. So these are post-professional things. And oftentimes, this isn't necessary for people to be happy. When you stay in this dynamic, how can you succeed? Become a sole proprietor. And even then, it's kind of a bit of a stretch. There's only very specific sole proprietors. Basically, be your own boss. And when you're being your own boss, it's still this. Only the person is now the teacher. You're the boss. So then you talk to subordinates. Right? And then there are CEOs. Right? As opposed to investors. So oftentimes, like, investors are involved in this. CEOs still try to maintain this. And then occasionally, CEOs have to engage in this because they have to interact with their investors. They're of almost equivalent power. But some might even say, no, the investors have more power. But that's kind of the dynamic that I like quite a bit. So you, like, for example, pushing me to reevaluate and think about things is a natural part of getting to know someone, as opposed and exchanging ideas or becoming trust and developing faith. And then breaking that trust sucks, right? Like there's also this thing at the end. I think one of the things that are really tough and possibly traumatic, it might seem trivial to other, like, it's not a competition of what is traumatic, but it's relative to that person. And lots of nowadays, when they're so used to only getting this far, and when this fails, they go back to 1. But when you get to this part and you rely on this, right? Every time this part fails, it's a bigger distance. So, like, more investment is lost. So oftentimes, I feel like when it comes to learning, people they prefer something that don't go past this point. Because if it fails, then they can just blame the teacher. Right. And then here, if it fails here, you only blame yourself. But when it gets here, it's amply traumatic, because now you don't know if it's your fault or the other person's fault. And these things are like your best friends. And even for many, this is what friends are right here. The moment you start engaging in exchanging of ideas on self, that's where the friends start. And I'm gonna be honest, I start here. It sounds egregious, but I think, again, maybe I'm a little bit luckier than a lot of people. I feel like it's always worth risking the trauma to trust and cynicism and all that stuff for the return on investment. So the people who stay long enough, they are often here to stay. And then for all the failures, you got this group. Yeah. I there are some people that I know right now. When I asked them what is the thing that they do most, like how they feel about themselves most of the time, they often either say something that blames themselves, or they say something when they know they're right, they blame someone else. It's less common for saying it's more than one person, but they still trust that person, right? I think forgiveness and reconciliation is often off the table when it comes to these conversations. Like, yeah, you know, I don't like this teacher. Let's just move on to the next teacher. That teacher was garbage. The next one's maybe we'll try the next one. Or they go and do the thing where, oh, this teacher's garbage, so the whole platform is garbage. Let's just go and do it ourselves because we can't trust teachers. Oh boy, howdy. However, I do have a goober that despite how much this goober dislikes going to high school, right, like, or graduating from high school, I was able to find out that there were teachers that they really like, but they were rarer in they were far rarer, but they remember those things from that teacher. And that's where that, like, you're getting close to the person-person dynamic. And I like to think that I'm the person-person dynamic. That's why they kind of like start picking up mannerisms or whatnot, and they start sharing whatever they're interested in. Like every day, it's cool to be like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Like at the start of our conversation, right? Like you watch some of the Americans, I watch The Diplomat, right? And hear me out. For full transparency, I'm sure the other two understands. I prioritized based on who I expect, not that I'm always right, who I would have expected would do it immediately versus who I would say I probably won't see them for another 2 weeks. So I have like at most another 2 weeks before I have to talk about it. So you right off the bat asked me about The Diplomat, like immediately. And I'm like, absolutely, because that's kind of how I expected it. Right. And not that I'm saying you're predictable. I think it's very clear. You communicated your intent to me by how passionate you are. So immediately the one thing I did in the evening was to watch The Diplomat. I haven't watched like Mysterious Skin or a Drive My Car because I know that I probably will be unlikely to see not Tom Nook for another like 2 weeks. I would be very surprised if I talked to them today. Take it as like a badge. I feel like it's a badge of honor because the other two that I talked to is a little different. The dynamic is different. I think you're really invested very quickly in others. I mean, and I try to reciprocate that as much as I can. But you don't have to apologize for anything. Or you have to do a lot to need to apologize to me. Gotta be real. I'm a rock. Not like an unfilling rock. More like man. I don't know if you watch Clear Obscure things. I would have made an example to make an allusion to a French rock. There's a little gag in Clear Obscure about rocks. But talking rocks with feelings. More like a rock, you know, solid. Okay. I'm being a little too sentimental, but person-person dynamics. Language exchange. Another language learner. That's where it's at. Despite if it's like not as optimal for some people. The heck with optimal. I do want to push the envelope a little bit, Bree. One day, I'm not gonna speak for you, but I'll speak for myself. Regardless of what I'm not interested in or interested in, it will be my enthusiasm and my interest is a reflection of the people around me, what they're interested in. So ultimately, you don't have, it's effortless and also very difficult for most people to get me to do something, because they don't do the thing, in my opinion. They tend not to default to the thing they do best to get me to do something. They typically default to the thing that they believe others have to do. So you don't have to tell me like that you're really worldly or cultured or considered. If you're super passionate and you constantly talk about a topic, you know, like Speakly and French, and you just keep sharing what you're really interested in, that is enough for me to be all up in your business. I think when people unapologetically share proactively all the things they like, even all the things they hate, I would probably be more engaged. I would be more likely to be engaged in that, because it tells me a lot about the person. And yes, it can be tough if you find out, well, you guys just aren't compatible or don't like things and always argue. Now the question is it worth it? If it's not, the good news is that there's no miscommunication, right? So for me, I'll probably just tell you whatever is on my mind, because I understand that we already have a level of trust, and then you don't need to convince me of anything. If the idea is whatever you find interesting is just going to come out anyways. Like the next movie you watch is like, oh hey, this is interesting, I wonder what he thinks. And then you talk about the movie and I'm like, all right, I guess we'll find out what I think. And the reason why I say this is I think I would say over 50% of people, it's like a one-way discussion. I would ask them, oh, so was there anything interesting that happened yesterday? It's like, you know, same old, same old. It's like, okay. Did you watch an interesting movie? It's like, yeah. And how was that movie? Well, it was alright. Was there something about the movie that you particularly enjoyed, or is it memorable? Oh, there was this one scene. And that scene was... Oh, I don't want to spoil it for you. No, it's alright. It's alright. Like, I like spoilers. Like, because if... Or, like, I'm okay with spoilers. If you're not comfortable with spoilers, that's understandable. But if you want to talk about the scene, talk about the scene. Because then when I go and watch it, I wouldn't have watched it otherwise, possibly. But if you talk about the scene, I would probably watch it from a different lens, right? And they're like, oh, okay. Like, nah, you just have to go watch it. Well, oh, okay. I mean, and I would be less likely to watch it because it doesn't really strike me as something that person is really interested in, if you know what I mean. Like, there are ways when people talk about things that they want to be something, but oftentimes their behavior tells me that we're probably not going to talk about it ever again. Now, there are times, I think a lot of times, I would do something and I would just wait for that person to bring it up again. I am very guilty of that. So sometimes I could bring up something, but man, when someone else brings up something, this is a one-way exchange. I'm a little guilty of doing something and waiting for the opportunity to bring it up. One of the recent examples would be Fictitious really likes blueprints, and he was talking about blueprints, and after like watching him make a bunch of videos and write a bunch of videos, he finally shared something. It's like, oh yeah, and oh, by the way, I thought it was pretty cool that you're starting to make some content about your like interest in blueprints and whatnot. I think those were pretty good, and put up like an interesting tooltip and guide. So I think I occasionally I'm a little guilty of playing the long game. It's like who's gonna break first? Who's gonna break the silence? But here we immediately have something on. Like we're basically comparing and contrasting the diplomat and the Americans already. No? Dynamic exchange. I swear I know this character, by the way. I swear. Oh, yes, I do.
Migigawa.
Mikigawa. I want to make a joke. I would love this to be a safe space, but it's a public space. So it's not safe. You know what I mean, Bree? Like, I go back to what you said 2 days ago. You said you're an open book. I am an open book too. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure both of us are on the same page when it comes to like, just because there are two people who are open books, they don't have to, it would be safer not to unpack our laundry publicly, despite there are two people who are open books. Yeah, and it's close to 8 p.m. I know. I feel like we're having a repeat of yesterday. I know. I totally understand what you like. Being an open book doesn't necessarily mean that you should like just you know, dirty laundry everywhere, you know. Like if you want to see the dirty laundry, I'm okay with answering the questions. But voluntarily doing things is, I like to surprise people. Like surprise people in a different way. So oftentimes if you have like social media or like public social media, like a channel and stuff, have things on it and whatnot, it might sound a little creepy from like a, without explaining it out of context, but I when someone says something and they start talking something and then they're not expressing anything, I go find out, because I think it's pretty lonely. Like, while you get to know a lot of things, it's still pretty lonely that there aren't people who try to invest outside of explicitly in talking to each other. There are, I believe, in my opinion, IRL has nonverbal communication, right? It has context, it has like position, it has geography, but in the internet world, people's social media, what they want to share publicly is the nonverbal communication. So whenever I engage with someone, like exchanging ideas, you go look at what their nonverbal communication is. What is the nonverbal communication? What they post on social media, or what they are openly willing to say, and all that. And yes, being open, like an open book in a public setting, is that, but it's usually more like if you ask, like an AMA situation and whatnot. And then we get the privilege of suggesting there's more, but probably not here, right? You only draw that line because you don't think Twitch would like you going into depth about SA and other types of yes. I do. I've engaged in a couple of those conversations, and I usually use a bit more politically agreeable type of language. And then of course YouTube also has a lot of that stuff. They're more than happy to talk about it through Discord message or something, but publicly it feels less safe to share. Yes, less professional. We'll use the word less professional. However, when someone asks me like a question directly, like I'm not asking you a question directly about this as a form of being safer, right? Or professional about it. However, when someone asks me, I'll try my best to answer the question. But again, it's a compromise. I'm definitely not that individual who interacts with people who say, well, you don't have to bend over backwards to be appropriate. Like, Asian culture, I suppose. Public decorum is somewhat of a pride thing too. So, when you mention those words, I feel it. It's incredibly impactful, right? Now the question that maybe the little goobers around that challenges me, they are looking for dirty laundry, and gotta be real. I hate to disappoint, but they're not. My dirty laundry is not very dirty. It's pretty mundane, but I will try to make it sound like it's useful. You know, like, hey, what do you do in the morning? I run half a mile every morning at minimum. Like, oh, that's boring. But wait, let me tell you how it's exciting. You ready? You ready for the three? No. We're not gonna digress into that. Why I run half a mile? But I will try to make my maybe slightly dirty laundry be like useful. So I do welcome any type of questions in that nature. It's like, oh, do you ever regret anything? I have a answer for that too. Or like, what is your most embarrassing moment? Or as of late, what is your most embarrassing moment? What was my most embarrassing moment? Oh, I screwed up on Ma, but that's gonna take a time to explain. But often someone did a Chinese thing, and I accidentally forgot that Ma is mother in Chinese, and Ma is horse. So what happened was the person was talking about, oh yeah, like horse and mother are the same, and then I just went with it, even though I should have known that mother is different from horse. So I just went with it for like 30 minutes, only to realize after I wrote out like the pinyin and the character, I realized that, oh no, wait, these two things are different. So that was a little embarrassing, and that's what I got, embarrassment. Dirty laundry. I think sometimes it's interesting to be challenged in having people try to put me in a vulnerable state by asking controversial topics, right? And one of those would be the things about what you're being professional about here, and me too. I definitely do. However, we can still try from time to time. Obviously, you and I are already pretty good with knowing where our lines are. For others, maybe not so much. Like someone drops in and it's like, oh, did you see the current events? Like, oh, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, protests are going around the United States, right? Which, by the way, it is very weird to watch the first 4 episodes of Diplomat, considering what happened this week, what happened yesterday, and what happened the day before. It is very weird. I don't know if you're following current events closely, and then this is one of those like less safe topics, but it is, when I was watching and it was unfolding, and the topic they were talking about, my first thought was that that's almost literally happening right now. But you swap out, you know, the countries that are involved. Weird. But not weird at the same time. When you think about all the shows and their context, it's gonna be those particular type of conflicts, and you swap out the countries, right? Still. Wow. It's like present day parties took their playbook from a 2023 TV script. Yes. Yes. Like it's like, and here's the really scary thing. It is playing out like the time frame in a TV script. Like earlier I mentioned like, oh, you know, dramedies and like those shows, they truncate the time, right? Like things don't happen or unfold that quickly. Like suddenly like a take back, suddenly subterfuge, and then you get like whiplash, right? A lot of times you get whiplash from TV scripts, but it's literally happening right now with whiplash. Like I follow the economy a lot because of finances and investments, and like the turbulence that's creating in finance, and like the trade wars and whatnot, right? All of that, it's crazy. Like right now, it's legitimately a TV script, and so coincidentally that it has many of the optics that the diplomat is implying. So if there was a companion show that was right now airing that deals with the economic impact of, you know, large scale conflict, that would be on point as well. That's pretty wild. It's incredibly wild. Pure coincidence though. Since you didn't spoil anything about what the diplomat was addressing, I was like, I took a pause for a moment. It's like, they're not going into this, are they? Are they really gonna? And they did. In my first thought was, boy, that's a lot of parallelisms to be had right now. Ooh-wee. What am I looking at? What am I? Mata something ataraishi? Eta? Gata? No, that's would be su. So, oh no wait, but it could mean out. We're moving this. All right.
細い
Sweet. No more. We're gonna focus now. I'm a cold-hearted robot from now for the next 30 minutes. Cold-hearted robot, exacting and knowing all these words. It's gone. I can't even do that. It's gone.
直す
I was just about to say, as the kids say, I gotta lock in, right? The kids, that's what the kids say, right? I gotta lock in. Okay, alright. I did pick up that vernacular recently. I like locked in. I'm a fan of cooked as well. Like, I'm either locked in or I'm cooked. I sway back and forth. One of the goobers that I know used the phrase chalked, and I kind of like that too. I'm not sure how trendy that is anymore. But instead of saying cooked, right? Well, cooked tends to be applied to a person, and then chalked could be like something is chalked, and I either sway in from lock in to chalked. I also say help me a lot, or send help. Send help. Send help is good, but that's coming from someone, that same person I interact with quite a lot. My lexicon has changed quite dramatically lately for the sake of for the sake of stream. Picked up quite a few here. Gensaku. Okay.
周囲
Chewy.
Nishigawa
Nishigawa.
開閉
Kaihei. Ah, that's a typo. Ah,
塩水
Yomizu. No,
泣き虫
Nakimushi.
鼻歌
Anauta. That's a funny question. Do you think humming is coming from your nose? Discuss. Humming is nose plus song. That's what the Japanese use. Nose and song. Or nose and sing. Nose and singing or song. Or humming. I thought about it yesterday. I was like, yeah? Like, where else is the sound coming from? If your mouth is closed. Yeah, if your mouth is closed, where is this? Where do you think the sound is coming from? Out your nose. I thought it's a bit eye-opening. I was humming to myself when I saw it. Is it still coming through your mouth? Alright. I'm gonna try to lock in again. No. Oh.
失敗
Shippai. Oh no, wait, that's Chinese. What? What are you? Speak to me. Speak to me. What are you? How are you not key? Alright. I'll move to the... Oh. Oh, this is not. Oh.
狼
Okami. That's right. Not Chinese. Um. No? Oh,
不器用
Ukiyo. Oh, that humming example. I think some people, when I say some people, I think a fairly good majority of people find this a little aversive, but I think those who really like language learning also likes this aspect to some extent, which is, yes, there are no, like, a lot of people say, oh, there's no perfect translation for things. There are things that lost in translation. I kind of like that there's a loss in translation. It's really funny. It leads to funny things like that, where I just stated, huh, no song. Like, obviously, if you are someone who speaks Japanese, it's just they're gonna do it. They do the action. They show humming. It's like, okay, that's it. But if you know English and you're trying to translate it and use like character meanings, like, huh, that is an interesting way. And French is very, French, Spanish, and English has that duality, like that interaction too. Like French cue all the like shorts where someone's like, hey, do you know what the French refers to this as? While this is in English, and it's like, oh, it sounds really weird in English, but that's an interesting way to look at it, despite it trying to capture the French meaning in English, right? Or vice versa. So one day it would be kind of fun to think about it in reverse, which is like lack, huh? And all I can think about nowadays when I say lack is I think of this. This is legitimately what's in my head. I'm like, well, lack looks like this. That's lack. When someone says lack to me, like when I during my Japanese sessions, like that's right. Kore, kore wa, right? Kore wa omoshiroi koto. Kore wa omorushi koto omoi? Omou? Something like that. But that's an interesting way to think about it. Intriguing. Things change in your big squishy brain after a while. Different perspectives. I'm buying my time because I'm totally not locked in.
Kesseki
Seki. Okay.
原子
原子。原子。大学で原子、いい、いいね。エネルギー。エネルギー。What is that? We'll just go. That doesn't help. Original child. How do you even interpret that? Okay, if I'm thinking of an original child, right? Oh, right. Adam. I don't know what inerugi sounds like. Inerugi no benkyouをしたいと思っています. I think I want to study whatever this is Adam at college. What does that? Oh, energy. Oh, energy. Oh my gosh. Energy and energy. Or energy. Yeah. Wait.
大学で原子エネルギーの勉強をしたいと思っています。
Energy. Okay. I didn't make that connection with energy. Ugh, so terrible with katakana. Okay. Está bien. Wait. How am I anting the ground? Oh no. Yes.
お願い
お願い
側
側 YOLO? No, this is not a YOLO moment. I don't have a YOLO. Let's see. Discerning.まさかあのゲームが打てみたい。打てみたいな。Some type of game, think. A little weak. Yellow. Okay. We gotta move this to the end. Okay. It wasn't it. Like, I didn't know. Samazama.
さまざま
Wait, what the heck does samazama mean? Oh. That was worth. I know, it's just ha. What? Alright, fine.
Uchigawa.
Uchigawa.
食堂
食堂。
勝敗
勝敗。Excuse me.
兵士
兵士。Oh, that was a YOLO. Oh no. The doubt. Oh, wait. Utagao?
疑う
Utagao. 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 Yes. Somehow that worked. Oh no. This is special. It's using the kun, so it's Mimi. Yo Mimi? No. To Mimi? Your first time hearing it, right? This is the first time you're hearing it. Hearing for the first time. Nah, I was just...
鼻くそ
Anakso. Soto? No. Soto. No Soto. Gairai go.
外来語
願い事
Negaigoto.
兵員
Ein. What? 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 I could have sworn it's like... Okay, I guess I'll think about that later. I don't know what's going on there. No idea. Right.
鳴き声
Nakingoe.
外側
Sotogawa. What?
まずい
Mazui. Uh. I have no idea. It's a complete blank for now. Not good. Not good. Oh no. I don't remember this either. Sword. Cow. Yellow. Okay, that doesn't help. What am I solving? We have problems. There are some major problems. Okay. That's not it.
Kirei.
Eat it. Compare examples? Oh, maybe like proportion. Okay. Or proportional. Uh, I want to say it's like ya. YOLO. Oh no. Oh no. I don't. Pretty sure it's like ya. Something dealing with ya. Like Yahoo or maybe not. Maybe yo. Yo so good or something. Yo so cool. Yo. No, you rock. You rock. You. Oh, yeah, yeah, you rock. Yorokubu. Yorokubu. What? Yoru? No. Yorokobu. Yorakobu? I swear it's like Yorokobu or something.
喜ぶ
Oh yeah, Yorokobu. Hmm. Oh,
空席。
Useki. Fine, empty seat.
潮み
Xiaomi. What? Oh, right.
梅酒
Umeshu.
兵
Eh. What? Hidarigawa.
左側
Hidarigawa. What did I type the first time?
席
Wiki. Hmm. Why do I feel like it's
情けない
Nasakenai? Okay. Oh, there, Carson. Carlson. Hello? Hello?
両側
Yogawa. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, it was. Oh, wait. So that was yes. And this is... Oh.
昼ご飯
Hiru Gohan.
「果てる
Ateru. Excuse me? Oh, wait. Really? Huh. Okay. We'll move this to the end. Okay. Oops. Oops. This way. Uh... YOLO didn't help. All right, man. I skipped a lot today. Varies. I'm gonna hit a. I think I have 10 at the end that we push to the end. Hopefully, they make up for it.
花咲
Hanasaki. Oops.
歯医者
Aisha.
「果物
Ramono.
晩ご飯
Bangohan.
梅
Ume. Alright. So 11 things. All right, 11 things to curate. Let's see. I think I might. Shun. So. Or.
Seishun.
Seishun. Okay. Man, I really thought this was key. So you put a treasure in the box. What do you do with it? I got one more YOLO attempt. But I think this is a pretty good YOLO. Oh wait. Ken? Son of a bee sting? Oh wait. Oh. Who? District. And I brain farted on this.
狼男
Okami otoko. Chinese is so much stronger on this one. And it's not an account. It's a measure. Measure. Yep. So I don't know how to phrase this in a verb. Like, how do you discern something? Is it just to discern? Does that help me with discerning something? What am I discerning? No. Oh no, that's failure. Oh, to be failure? Oh, to be defeated? What am I being defeated? Oh, it's yeah, boo? Maybe like yabureru?
破れる
Yabureru. Okay, and then this is different too. First time hearing it. Not the first time. This is not the first time I got stopped on this. Not sure. Or is it? What would it be if it was here? Oh, it could be. No. I don't think so. Oh. I have 6 now. I don't know if I have a new mnemonic for this. Like, I'm not sure if I added something new. Doesn't come to mind. I feel like it should have Mimi in it. It's off of like gut feeling. Hmm. Come back to this. We'll probably write that. And then what happened here? I could have sworn it's like be, right? Be. Oh, I wrote in, probably.
米兵
Behe. Oh, I wrote in for he. Okay, that's fine. Oh, what happened here? Fingers, branch, support. Chinese too strong. Oh, finger branch. I think this is support. Yellow. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Oh boy. This is from yesterday. I think. Oh, it was recent. Or maybe even not. So you have angle, right? Angle, cow, and sword. Definitely untie or solve. Am I solve? What am I Oh. No. Ugh. These are rough. So what happened here? I thought it was, which it is not. I don't see how that's not Yudai. Or what? The left is... Actually, I'm not even quite sure what the left is supposed to be. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the left is supposed to be anymore. Kono basho no namae no something o shite imasu ka? Do you know? Oh. No? You know the something name of this place? The original name? The original name. For whatever reason, I think it's Yurai.
由来
What did I type before? Like the first time around. Oh, I might have typed Yorai? No. What? It's not original? Or originally? Huh. Weird. That's odd. Window and beanstalk. Or window and grain stock. Something about looking through the window. Looking through the window. What can I do looking through? Would I break all the windows? No. Yeah, standalone characters are losing standalone characters can be tough. And I have 3 of them, right? I think I have 3 of them today. What are you? There are so few windows. I can't believe I'm forgetting this window. Probably poison. Doku? I don't know what that has to do with windows. To throw life out the window, use poison. Oh boy. Right, Sudoku. We even have 5 vocabularies. Oh, and it's all doku as well. Alright, let's write this down. So poison is a problem. Poison. Oh, that's supposed to be life. That's why I got stuck. They're qualifying that as life. Life in window. Life out the window. And what's more than poison? Sudoku. Alright. Oh, we're skipping this. What about you? What are you? Branch and fingers. I can think of like, I think this might be in branch office. Does that help? No. Maybe. No. I think I already YOLO'd that. Oh. Skill? This is probably skill then. Oh. Skill because you can balance your finger with on a branch or something? Oh no, well, it's gi or guillotine. You're really good at balancing a branch on your oh, you can branch out your fingers. A special skill that requires some good technique. Your fingers branch out into smaller fingers and you can hold things really well. You can and then they just cut your fingers off because you're too skilled. We have oh yeah, that's right. Oh. Yeah, I got stuck on branch. Yeah, it's all dealing with skills and technique. Okay. So what do we have? It was branch plus fingers, which is what I can see. And that should have gotten me skill. Skill should have gotten me E. And we can link this up with Tokugi. Tokugi. Or Ino. Ino would work. Oh no, actually, Kijutsu would be a good one. Kijutsu. Okay. Untie or solve. There's so much going on with this. Okay. What are you? Oh, what time is it? 35. I got lessons. Alright, so let's break this down. See if anything comes up. So we have angle, or is that a prisoner? No, wait. Prison in Iraq? No, no, no. I think it's angle, ow, a sword. What can you do with an angle, cow, and sword? I really just have no idea what is going on. This is definitely new. Oh, yeah, this is not even close. So you're trying to like angle a sword, like try to like angle a cow with the sword, and it's really tough. But you can somehow solve it using a kayak or on a kayak or something, and it's kai. Oh, I already know it's solved. So the first thing was like solve. And it's just really hard to solve a cow. Or I don't even know. I don't know why I'm... dude, this is rough. So it's kai and solve or untie. That's awful. Angle your sword correctly at this cow to solve its riddle. Oh, it was a riddle. The key to untie the cows. The key with the sword. The key is to untie the cow with the sword without hurting it. While on a kayak. I don't know. That one's gonna suck. So I gotta think of a riddle. And I think that's new, so we don't have any vocabulary words attached to kai. And what are you? So this is first ear, which is first time hearing. And the weakness is the left, right? I think this is the first time. Unless it's not. But what would be the right hand? Oh no, it's the first time for the ear. Maybe... Nope. Just kidding. Oh, wait. No. Wait. Oh, that's something else. I think that's something else. Well, let's think about the possibilities, right? We had Mimi on the right. I don't remember Onyomi for Mimi. And then I remember the Onyomi for the left, which is Sho. What about Kunyomi? No. This is so frustrating. Sorry, I laugh when I'm frustrated. Yeah, I don't think it's definitely Mimi. It has to be Mimi. That means the left. I had a problem with this. This is a repeated problem. So if you're hearing something for the first time, you're tipping your hats off, right? Hatsumimi.
初耳
I think it's the only Hatsumimi. Let's do the 11 beforehand. Oh, wait. Are these the burns? These might actually be burns. Hold up. Is here. I have to think of hats. Hats off. And Hatsumimi. Oh no, these might actually be the burns too, because I'm pretty sure this is a burn. Oh, these are the first burns, so let's see if these are fine. These are our first set of burns. Today was the burn day for the radicals. I totally forgot about that. Person is fine, but people is also fine. So all the radicals are getting burned. Okay, that's fine. All those are burned. So we got 11 burned, which is the radicals. So all these radicals are fine. What do you mean by burn? They won't come up anymore. So these are not going to come up anymore. These are the oldest things. So all of these should be permanently ingrained in my brain. And these are all components or radicals. So whether they're burned or not. Radicals will be auto-burned in general because they're very particular. But yeah. So we're gonna leave those guys go. So today is the first burn milestone. What time is 176 days? Yeah, 176 days. So these are burned, and I don't have any trouble with any of them. So there's no reservations on those burned. So that's fine. That was unexpected. I thought my first burn, I'm thinking of vocabulary words. The first vocabulary words or kanji that's going to be burned is tomorrow. Actually, it's probably the day after because it's 8 p.m. which I'm not going to, hopefully we're not going to be repeating this again tomorrow. All right, so let's do our lessons. Okay. How many do we have? 40? What? Oh no. I don't know if I'm gonna push it off again. Okay. Alright, let's just try to diligently go through this. Alright. Original cause, which still cause, okay. Fine. Or origin or source. Oh, okay. Original cause is how you get to this mess. Forget all the things it caused. The first cause is the origin and source of what's going on. Okay. I almost feel like origin of cause is fine. You look at that way, and then you'll still get it. You're a smarticle particle. Okay, you know, before we go, I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Well, at least this is the fun part, right? And just read stuff, take it in, sponge it up. Let's guess some. This what do we have? Gain.
原因
Gain.
Alright, main cause. That makes sense. Chewing?
主因
Chewing? Chewing? Wait,
主因
Chewing? Oh. Shoe? Jukugo. Shoe? Is it really shoe? Oh, yeah, it is shoe. Why do I think it's shoe? Oh, I think I pour. Yeah, shoe. Like Shujin. Yeah, Shuin. That's fine. Main cause. That's main cause is main cause. Nothing is nothing. If I take a guess. Nah, I don't gotta guess. Moo and boo. Nothing can moo quite like a cow can moo. Okay? Cows are the best at going moo, that's a fact. And boo. Boo and moo. I'm not sure we're gonna have something for boo. Let's see. Mukyu? Yeah, Mukyu. And Muryoku? Muryoku, okay. There's no way that's Mume. It's Mume. Okay, so we only got Mu examples. Alright, that's fine. Government funds. Makes sense. Oh, the left side is? Oh, it's using a different character for this part. Huh. Government funds. Or government gold. Kankin. Kankin. Okay, kankin. Diplomat. Speaking of diplomat, that's diplomacy plus government. So we have Gaiko, ne? Gaiko kan.
外交官
Gaiko kan. Interesting that you got that one today. I know, right? Moo moo. Okay, moo, and then we have
主因
Juin.
原因
Yang.
監禁
Kankin.
外交官
Gaiko kan. Alright. Always. Yeah. Maybe that still stays as Joni. Ne? Always, because it's a normal action. It's always there. Yeah, you're constantly doing it. It's pretty normal.
常に
Tsuneni. Oh. Alright, so it uses kunyomi. Alright. I always tune my my violin, but today I didn't tune it, so now I sound terrible. Okay. Tsuneni. Alright. I'm just gonna vibe with it. Okay. So Chi? No. Nichi? Jitsu. Every day. I feel like Nichijo sounds nice. Jijo is okay. No. Don't give me another kun. It's not a double kun. Don't do it. Every day, yeah, normal day, normal life.
日常
Nichijo, yep. Okay,
日常
that's fine. And bind. Oh, to tie up, okay. So does this also have tie? Yes, okay. So thread. Thread. Okay. Alright. Thread and good luck. Bind. You use a thread for good luck by binding two fingers together. You tie them nice and tight, okay? That's like meh. And what is that? Jie? Oh my gosh, it's heckin' Jie. Ugh. I have to go over HanziHero today. I have to go over my crutch of Jie. Key. Dang it, Ketsu. Oh, it's about ketchup again. After you bind your fingers, the good luck starts pouring in. Literally, suddenly ketchup starts pouring down from the heavens. I'm not sure if that's good luck or not. That kind of just sounds like the scene from Carrie where they pour pig's blood all over her. There's a different type of fate and binding. Alright, Ketsu? Alright, I got you. Ketsuka. Or Kekka. Makes sense. Kekka. Ooh, bureau. What was it? Oh, no, wait. Yes. Oh, no, I just got bureau in... That looks delicious. Tonight was pizza night for you? Ooh, what kind of pizza? This is my snack. There's a high chance I'm not gonna eat dinner tonight. This is stir-fried egg noodles. And we have lettuce, bucky mushrooms, carrots, peas, and eggs. And yeah, it was originally warm, but I kind of like my noodles cold, so now it's cold noodles. Usually if I have to talk, when I have to talk and I have to consume something, they're usually room temperature. And what I mean by cold, I mean like not warm anymore. So room temp. Eating like soups and things that warm me up or super cold things causes mucus to build up in my throat, so it makes it very difficult to talk. I usually just wait till the food is like at room temp at pretty much anything, even like pizza and stuff, and then if I have to snack, I would just snack at room temp. Just pepperoni tonight. It's kind of late, so you had to get Little Caesars. Okay, the other pizza place was closed already. What is the other pizza place like? Yeah, Little Caesars would most definitely be a convenient fallback. After all. Oh no, that's not great. After all? Gekyoku is after all? How does that even work? Oh, Jie is so mean. Like, this character is going to be the end of me. I'm gonna quit Japanese and Chinese simultaneously because of this character. Like, fine? That's not fine. That is definitely not fine. And you know what's even worse about that? That's a Jeko, Jeko, yeah. Jeko, which is structure. Jeko. And it's fine here. What is fine mean? Oh no. I think this is nightmare. I'm gonna dedicate some time to creating a web for this specific character. I think the kanji and the Hanzi is absurd with this character. Something is up with this character. And then like life and stuff, but this one uncharacteristically complicated. It's a mom and pop shop. They have really good make your own pizza. You usually get Canadian bacon and broccoli. Ooh, that's exotic. Canadian bacon and broccoli. Great compliment with the cheese and the starch. Delightful. I'm kind of a weirdo. If I go to like a really specialty place, the last time my friends and I went out of our way to go to a pizza place, we ended up getting anchovies on it. Straight up cheese pizza with anchovies. Do you watch Futurama at all? It's like that. That's how it do be. A particular episode of Futurama. Some people might say, you know, some peeps out there is like, ooh, Italians will have a word with you. No, not really. That's actually a specialty thing, and that's actually the inspiration was coming from like Italian source. Umami bombs, anchovies. This is gonna stink. Haven't watched it in a while, but you used to really enjoy it. Now you just watch random clips on YouTube. I know, right? That's kind of how you that's kind of the like a very normative routine on how to get your exposure to television, like especially like still broadcasting television. You just get them through clips. And it's very effective. I mean, I don't know how many of them are reposts or the actual channels themselves, but yep, random clips. So you bind your fingers, and then it's just the and then the random ketsu just falls from the sky. All right, I guess we'll try that. Common sense. Oh really? Okay. Normal. What is this right thing? Gotta get used to this. We have normal, just wait. Sound, word. Normal, discerning. Common sense. Okay, okay. I feel like it's the discerning you do on a daily basis without thinking. Yeah, okay. Okay, common knowledge. I'm okay with that. I think this is fine. I was trying to get the read on this. Joel. Joshiki.
常識
Joshiki.
常識
Joshiki. Joshiki. Okay, no, that's alright, that's fine. To dry something? I mean, that is dry, and that's too, so it's a transition, transitive. Oh yeah, to hang up to dry something. Thomas Paine has infiltrated WaniKani. Wait, Thomas Paine, hold up. Oh. Yes. Alright, so I need a kun. I don't have a kun. Kan is not sufficient for a kun, so what is it?
干す
Hos! Oh man, hos. Okay, this continue. Why do you need to dry something? Because someone used a hose and got everything all wet. Alright, hos. I like it. It incorporates the whole thing, so I'm okay with it. Alright. Itsu. Hi. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone already. It's gone. I can't today. Yeah, I have no idea. It's gone. Tune, tune, okay. Do my violin. I don't actually have a violin. Tune. Near rhymes are not my jam.
常に
常に、常に、
日常
日常 or like everyday life, yeah, or everyday. Oh, right. I gotta not add the space. That's right.
干す
Plus. Oh, that's a typo. What? That's a typo. That's double typos in a row. Can you guys hello?
常識
Goski. What happened? What is this? Common sense. Dry weather. That makes sense. Oh, is this gonna change? Content? Oh man, content sounds not that great. But
寒天
content. Okay.
寒天
Content. Content. That's fine. Interference. A dry ford. I don't understand that. Yeah, okay. When you're fording a stream and you suddenly feel dry feeling around you, that doesn't make any sense for something wet. Yes, dryness is an interference. It's an intervention trying to stop you from fording. Alright. If I didn't have learned the word ford, or like ford meant, it wouldn't have been so memorable, but I kind of get where the interference came from because of their choices of
干渉
like they happened to choose something that dealt with water. Unsure. Okay. Yeah, we're fine with that. That's normal. Norms. Yes. What was this in Chinese? We have the dollhouse. Oh. Cha. I have no idea why it's cha. Oh. Examine. Cause examine. I guess? I'm not sure about that. If you're on the roof of the festival, you have to guess what actually is going on below you. You can kind of see that there are rides and maybe food. It smells like food, but you have to guess on the specifics. Okay. Alright. Satsu. You can get a better guess if you ask Satsu, our neighborhood ninja girl. Okay. She's that little girl you know from some earlier mnemonics, and she happens to be on the roof. Picture her, ask you, what's your guess, Sats? Alright. Usually these are kind of hit or miss. Oh. But it does deal with Cha in police. Yeah, Satsu. Yeah, Keisatsu. Okay, we can definitely use Keisatsu. We get the same thing. This is Jingcha. Jingcha is police in Chinese. Interesting. Are we gonna get K as well? Alright. Illusion is illusion. Yeah, okay. Does it stay gen though?
幻
Of course it doesn't. Oh my. Oh, I see Dragon Ball in here. When learning the kanji, you didn't learn that reading, so here's... Okay, you look up to see a crazy illusion. You can't believe it's real. Master Roshi from Dragon Ball is standing in front of you. You thought he was a cartoon. Then he splits into a million versions of himself, creating a mob of Roshis. Maboroshi. This mob goes on to train many people to fight. Alright, alright. Maboroshi is fine. Maboroshi.
幻
Okay, Maboroshi. I got you. I kind of identify with Master Roshi, so Hallucination, illusion plus memorize. That's kind of funny. An illusion that could, like a hallucination, a recurring thing. Right?
幻覚
Genkaku. Okay, that's fine.
幻覚
We're good. All right. Whoops.
Content
Content.
Kansho
Ansho. What? Oh,
幻
Maboroshi. Nope.
幻覚
Genkaku. Fantasy. An illusion that you imagine. Okay, an illusion that you imagine is your big fantasy. It is also an illusion. This makes sense though, right? An illusion is an illusion, short, but when you imagine it, it becomes your fantasy. Genso. Okay.
幻想
Alright. Fair enough. Bottom. Bottom's bottom. What was bottom? Soko? I doubt it's Soko.
そこ
Soko? Really?
そこ
Okay.
そこ
Wait, let me double check. I thought Soko was... Oh. That's because Soko is kunyomi. So I have to correct that. I thought Soko was onyomi. So, okay.
そこ
That makes sense now. Alright. That's what we have to check. Oh, there's Warn. Jing for Warn? What was Jing for... Oh, they just went straight to police. So this is Warn. Admonish. You have a poem. Okay, a poem with winter that you say to warn people against going outside. It's cold and dangerous in winter. You admonish anyone and everyone you see going out there with your scary winter poem. Jabberwocky. I'm kidding. Admonish. Man, admonish. It's been a long time since I've used the word admonish. It's to the point where it doesn't even feel like it means what I think it means. To make sure people listen to your warning, you threaten to take away their cake. Cake. It's good to say cake, but cake. People will do anything for cake, so when you bring it up, they actually take your attempts to warn them about winter seriously. Yeah, if you threaten people to take away their cake, man, that's a serious warning. The winter cold will make you ache. Your whole body will start to shake. Don't go outside. I'll eat your cake. Oh, yikes. Okay, so cake. Okay, we can still use keiketsu for stuff for those two. Bottom of one's heart. Oh, that's heart bottom. Bottom of my heart. Oh, is it like an endearment thing? Do you want to learn kanji? Do you want to learn it from what would this be? Like, oh, it's probably double kun. Kokoro ne? Hold up. Kokoro soko.
心底
Shin soko. Oh, it's an unexpected fusion. Come on. I thought I was on point this time. Yeah, it's a hybrid. It's an on with a kun. And then there's no rendaku either. Shin soko.
心底
心底
Alright, shin soko. Sure, Japanese. Sure. What about this? I swear, this better be kawasoko. I don't remember any other reads for this.
川底
Kawazoko, and then the rendaku, right? Kawazoko.
川底
川底
All right.
底
Soko.
幻想
Genso.
心底
Insoko.
川底
Kawazoko. All right. We're getting it. We're getting it. I feel like this stays Ren. Despite it being Onyomi. Yeah, romance, love.
恋
Koi. Oh, right. It is Koi. Dang it. Totally forgot about Koi. Alright. Well, you got any reads? So here's the mnemonic. Your love isn't towards a person, it's towards this giant koi fish, yeah. Koi is love. You know, koi is love. The fish is so handsome you get you get hearts popping above your head every time. Okay, koi. Koi is fine.
恋
恋恋
Heartbreak. Lose heart. Or fault heart. No, let's not lose in this situation. False. Heartbreak. I feel like lose heart still works too. But the fault of romance isn't the romance itself, it's when everything falls apart. It's when you experience heartbreak or unrequited love. Have you ever felt the fault of romance? Yes. It can also be lose heart. So when you lose your heart in things, you're heartbroken. Although this is a verbal noun, you know, heartbroken. Oh, heartbroken is a verb, I suppose. That's okay, I see. The heartbreak, interesting. All right. What is that? Shitsu. It could be shiren or shitsuren.
失恋
Shitsuren. Okay.
失恋
Theory. I've seen you before, but you're missing something. Oh no, that's Run. Run is much more complicated. Theory. What do you say to a guard? Your theory about how the thing he's guarding isn't even real. Yeah, you have this whole thing figured out. You have for a while. At this point, it's only fair that you tell your theory to the guard who's wasting his time. But what if that's the whole point? Sho. No. Setsu. I knew that. Do I? I'm not sure if I knew that. The guard listens to your theory, but then he says his own. He thinks that there are two sets of guarded things, and he's only guarding one. According to his theory, either one could be real. His theory is more plausible, don't you think? That's a bit of a stretch. Setsu. Okay. Setsume. I don't know about Setsume. Kosetsu. Oh, Shosetsu. A novel? Yeah? Oh, legend. Densetsu. I'm more familiar with Densetsu than Shosetsu, actually. But, yes. Okay. Love? It's gotta stay I, right? Oh, I don't think so.
愛
Oh, okay, okay.
愛
愛
Alright, that's fine. Wait. But I is Onyomi, yes? Okay. I is Onyomi. Patriotism. Oh no. It might not be all onyomi. So if it was all onyomi, it'd be I kaku shin. But it could be I kuni kokoro. No, that sounds too. It could be I kuni though. I kuni shin. No, that sounds awful. So it's I kaku
愛
shin.
国心
I kokushin, yeah. Oh, kaku. Oh, that's not kaku. Koku. I kokushin, yes.
愛国心
愛国心
I was thinking something else when I said kaku. That's fine. It's gone. What was this? I don't remember anymore. um. I'm trying to think of a mnemonic. So love. It's gone. Oh, koi. Right. I knew that. Oh, that's a typo.
恋
Koi. Some of these are gonna be rough tomorrow. For sure.
"失恋
Student. Koi. Wait. Theory.
愛国心
Aikokushin.
愛
Okay, we got 3 more batches to go. Okay. And then okay.
恋愛
Nenai.
恋愛
Also a genre. GI. Self-love.
慈愛
GI,
慈愛
very important. Oh, that's drama too. Shi? Dang it. Geki. How do you get Geki from Shi? Oh, man. Okay, and that's Onyomi. Really? Geki. A tiger likes a pig with a knife, you know? A tiger kills a pig with a knife. Wait, what? In this new drama about the animal kingdom, the tiger and pig used to be friends when they were younger, but now they're bitter enemies, and the tiger just stabby the piggy right in the chest with a knife. Alright, I got you. This drama is being put out on by Geki. Your childhood pet gecko. Geki is playing all the parts because as true drama fans know, one gecko shows are the highest form of art. That's a bit of a stretch. Is there any way else to use Geki? What else sounds like Geki? Nope. I guess we're gonna roll with it. Okay. Alright. Do we have anything? It stays Geki. Wait, is this the only read? Possibly. Comedy. Geki. Tragedy. Oh. Oh, does that use kun? Probably not. Higeki. Okay. I got you. Aichi Prefecture. Oh, there's Aichi. Yeah, Aichi Prefecture. The love, no prefecture. I want to live here because people must know love. Of course, we don't call it that in English. You know the reading of kanji to know the reading of the prefecture.
愛知県
Aichiken. Oh, right. That's right. That's fine. Aichiken. You know what they really love to know about Aichi Prefecture? Cheese. Those folks in Aichi, there's some real cheese know-it-alls. Don't ever bring one to a wine and cheese party because, man, it will be right. You know, but Aichi is in the area where there's great dairy products. Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. I might be talking about something else. Hold up. Is that the Aichi or is it Aina? No, this is Aichi. That's the Honshu area. I think I was thinking of Aina. No. What was it? Oh, Ainu. I was thinking of Ainu. So this doesn't work. Aichi is just it's a prefecture on the in Honshu. Dang it. I was thinking of Ainu from Hokkaido area, which would have worked out really well about the cheese comment. It might still, obviously. Okay. Alrighty. That's very particular. Names are memorable though. Names are really memorable. When it comes to names, you're just basically like, oh, this is weird meaning or a little bit poetic, and you know how to read it, and it sounds like the place, right? A negotiation. Mix forwarding. Oh, I got you. Weighing through. Okay, so what do we have for mix and forwarding? When you forward into the thick of things and mix everything up, you're getting involved in negotiation. I like diplomacy. I don't like diplomacy. Mixing it up a little. Coal. Coal show.
交渉
交渉
Okay. All right.
恋愛
Renai.
慈愛
DI. Okay.
愛知県
Aichiken. Oh, okay.
Kosho.
Kosho. This might help with my recognizing of negotiation in Chinese. I have a problem between discussion, talk, and negotiation. Signature. Oh, hey. Coincidentally, we got this on Duolingo. Just a little bit before this. Shome. Ne? No. Oh, no, wait. Maybe not. Yeah, shome. Yeah, we just got this. And then it can become, it's a verbal noun, yeah.
署名
Shome.
署名
shome signature, and then shome suru to sign something. Sense. Senses. Oh, senses is pretty loose. I'm very loose with senses. Perception, feelings, in Chinese. So this might add to that looseness. What do we have? Kankaku. You know how we use feelings to memorize things here on WaniKani. I asked you to feel angry or sad or happy while imagining out the. I'll ask you to use your senses because feelings are memorized best when you use the sense. Yeah.
感覚
Kankaku.
感覚
Alright. Knowledge. Okay. No. Discerning. Yes, knowledge. Okay. You're discerning about what you know. You choose what to keep and what not to keep in your jiggly brain up there. This is the sum of your knowledge. Okay. So I keep this character. Hmm. I need to be faster on this character. Shiki. Both the shikis are really slow. Jishiki. Chishiki. Oh, chi is bad. Jishiki. Oh, chishiki. Oh, they chose chi. Why? What's something you have a ton of knowledge of about? Cheese? You know, massive encyclopedic knowledge of all the world's cheeses. As a true blue expert.
知識
知識
Chishiki. Go ahead. Alright. Consciousness. Oh, yeah, we're really getting into it now. Okay. Idea and discerning idea. Your ideas while discerning things shows your consciousness and awareness of your surroundings. Alright. You not only know what your ideas, that you have ideas, but you think about them, discern them. Okay. What is this? Ishiki. Maybe. Ishiki is often used in relation to whether someone has consciousness or not, like in medical context. Oh, okay. Or news stories. In other contexts, it can refer to being aware of certain things, like a high awareness of environmental issues.
意識
Ishiki.
意識
Okay. Detailed. Makes sense? Although, I don't have a kunyomi on this, right? I only have sho.
詳しい
Kuwashi. Ne. When something is detailed, it is made up of a huge quantity. Okay, of little things. If you're an expert on something, you'll have huge quantities of knowledge. Okay. Kawashi. Okay.
知識
Ishiki.
署名
Chome.
感覚
Ankaku. I already lost it. I already lost it. You have a lot of I already lost it. Oh, quantity. Dang it. Kwa, I guess.
詳しい
Kuwashi.
意識
Ishiki. Details. Thin? What? Detailed thin. Things that are detailed and detailed are well the detailed. Oh, there's details attached to this. Ah, detailed. Okay. A double detail. Okay. Ski. Oh. Sh- Shisai or skisai.
詳細
Shosai. Oh no. That's the wrong character. Sorry, Shosai.
詳細
詳細
Shosai. Yes, I knew that. Fusho. Unknown, not detailed.
不詳
不
Fusho.
詳
Oh. To love. Aisuru.
愛する
愛する
Aisuru. Aisuru. Ainen?
愛人
Aijin? Really? Ainin. Oh, I was gonna say Ainin. Aijin. Okay. I guess we just love
Aijin.
jeans. Love feeling. What is this one? Just blanking out. Completely blanking out. Yeah, I'm completely blanking out.
愛情
Joel, man. This doesn't look like Joel to me. And I get it. I always default to something with ing in it. Or qing. Aiqing. Aiqing. Right, aiqing. Aijo.
愛情
愛情
Joel takes a while. Joel takes a while. Pretty weak.
愛する
Aisuru.
不詳
Sho.
詳細
Shosai.
愛情
Aijo.
愛人
Aijin. Wait. Lover. Okay, yeah. Like a love person? What is that? Okay. Alright. Oh, we're in trouble now. Oh, we did get our first burn items, but they're all of them are radicals. So radicals. It's a bigger milestone than it. It's a very big milestone for people who use WaniKani, but once again, it feels like it was yesterday, right? Yeah. So here's our first burn review. They're all I've already concluded that the vast majority of radicals will be kept burned because they're used, recognized and seen fairly frequently enough that they maintain themselves simply because you're looking at vocabulary. So these so far good to go. So really quick burn review. The day after tomorrow is when we are going to get into some brainstorming about other burn items. Oh, and they only keep burn items for the last 30 days. So yeah, that's okay. Because, oh, that might not be okay. But I have a lower threshold way of filtering in the future. In case, like, the separation between a weak vocabulary word that's more than 30 days from something else that's related, we'll end up picking that vocabulary word, looking through the WaniKani database, and then resurrecting more than one thing that's put together, right? So there are still things we can still click on these and look at, like this thing, right? Which ones do we want to revive that's similar or something to reinforce each other? And they're going to be revived in clusters, very big clusters. Like if one character, the big enough to offset me, offset trying to remember the thing. Definitely. Oh, and you can still study the burn items, so that's cool. Oh, we can do like some fun things. So like we'll add to the routine in the future, right? So let's look. Yeah. So those are super that we are not going to have to see those ever again. Not for a while. At least a solid year. Sorry, I have the munchies. Keep ourselves up on energy. I say that, but really, in biologically speaking, after you eat, you kind of in a resting period, not in a energized period, actually. So if I start getting tired, more progressively tired, yikes. Okay, let's get with this. We can do it. We can totally do it today. Totally. All right. We do have some words to go over. There are 4 from today's review. All right. So we have criminal, comfort, nothing, good luck, tiger, poem, sun help, guard, and festival. Go over our reads, but let's go over the new things here. So this was heat. Okay. Gotta make sure I remember the 2 heats. So this heat. That and injustice. Okay. What are you? Medicine? Oh wait, that's not. Hey, yak. nothing was who and something else. I forgot the main one. Heck. Alright, let's skip that for now. Thai. And I forgot the main one as well. Oh, ketchup. Uh, Satsuki. And this is sets. Our friend Geki. My friend Geki. Poem Winter Warning. Cake. And I don't remember you. Oh. Moo. And probably Boo. But alright. Let's do our reads. So we have he. Pretty sure he is Onyumi. He. I have to make one adjustment. He. Gen. Sai. Yaku. Ana. Wait. That's not right. Am I drawing a blank? Stop drawing a blank. I lost it. I don't know. I'm just drawing a blank. Alright, well, I guess we're skipping that. Yo. Do. Shio. Shio. Seki. Seki is definitely on. I. Ka. Ume. Mu. U. Getsu. In. Yo. We use this so much today and I'm still pausing on it. Shiki. I. Han. Ze. Sho. Kan. Satsu. And this one. Soko. Soko is kun. Hai. Sho. Ke. Ren. Kaku. Setsu. Gen. Sure. Geki? I think Geki, yeah, Geki's on. So what happened here? I have no idea why I have a block on this. We used this multiple times. Oh. Wait. I thought this was... high. No, this is not high. Oh, Gawa. Gawa and... Gawa and Soba. Alright. And then we have 4 things. Completely forgot... Doku. Doku. Or poison. And they're all the vocabulary is still with poison, so that's fine. Because we have life is the problem. I got stuck. Life left me down the wrong road. And that's not life, that's a modified life. That's probably the weakest part, this part. When you take simplifications. Or alterations. And then we have branch and fingers. Where did I lose it here? Oh, yeah. I have skill. Is gi. I just didn't remember this. We can combine this to help. We can do jutsu. Of course, I don't remember what jutsu is. I want to say... no. Oh, of course. It's Inu. Or not Inu. Yeah, it's Inu. No, not Inu. What is this supposed to be? It's not resin. Angel? With a drop? Oh my goodness. Something to practice. Right, Kijutsu. Which is still skill or technique. Yeah. It's double checking. So those are like redundant things, which is alright. Solve's pretty good. Then we have solve. Solve is a lot. Corner, sword, L. Then solve Kai. And this is new, which I don't know what to attach to it yet. Nothing. It's new. Usually I don't add the new things until 2 or 3 days later. And we also have first time hearing. So first. Show, but not show. Atsumimi. It's unfortunate. This one's unfortunate. It was fine. We got stopped on it, so... But these two are unfortunate. This one's understandable. Actually, 3 of them are unfortunate, and this one's new, so unexpected. Unexpected problems, honestly. These are unexpected. Too taxed. Alright. We'll review them next time. Alright, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free. Love on bite, you know, pick up WaniKani for yourself. Follow along. I'd love to hear your ups and downs. I've got the infamous Jie, so get ready for me to flip the table, the proverbial table, when Jie comes up every time. What was Jie? Jie was Ketsu? Oh man, Ketsu is such a terrifying, yeah. Table flips, virtual table flips. This character is such a nightmare. It is such a nightmare when you're taking this approach. It's not going to be like probably reading in paragraphs and like reading and listening to dialogue will be fine. But holy moly, when you're trying to decompose what it is, it's everything. Or it's a lot of unrelated things and related things. I guess versatile. There are a couple other versatile characters, and most of the versatile characters will probably do something fun later down the road. Like top 10 versatile characters, and those characters we're gonna try to like do some fun things with them, like build a web or something, so that it connects a lot of this stuff. Unique characters, they just go through. You just pump them out or characters that are very consistently not utilitarian. They're very defined. Something that can be beneficial in the long run is if you can figure out Jie or Ketsu, and you work with that, all the other workloads seem very small by comparison. I think especially this character. And maybe like or over on the Chinese side of things, which we're going to get to in a few minutes. He and Jie. So many uses. Alright. Anyways. That's it for now. So for those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan, mata ne. Alright, see you next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第1609天169. I don't actually know when. I think according for HanziHero, we're not gonna see it for a while. I think this might actually be longer. Today I had an unexpected burn day. We actually reached our first burn on WaniKani, but I actually think HanziHero is much later now that I think about it because of the way they do their timing. So we might not actually see it even in July. So business as usual. Okay, we got a lot of things to kind of review before we start because it's nice to do those things. All right, the infamous Jie. So what do we got for Jie? It is Jie and He. So we have Jie He. So let's just start with Jie He. Oh, kind of long. It's really scary because we just got this in Japanese. It's so Jie and He. Which is compose. To compose. And a flip of this is yesterday I got stumped on Jieshu. Just to end. And then there's Ji He. Ji no Ji He. Oh, Ji He. Ji He is just to assemble. There's He Chang. He Chang, He Chang, not He Chang. He Chang. Chang is to change into suitable is to. Oh no, wait, that's not correct. See, I already screwed this up. This is to combine, not to compose. This is combine. This is to compose. We are Hebing. Already problematic. Hebing. Structure. No. Yes. No. To merge. We also have form, which deals with group. To 组合 to form. Yeah, because this has elements of combining. And the others are okay. I can see unite being a possible problem. Unite. Because there's a difference between unite and to form. And I actually don't know which combination of unite it is. Or unite. Oh, Tuan. Yeah. So Tuan. Oh no, it's like cicada. How does cicada work? Cicada is... Right. One, he. The reason why this can be problematic is when you're uniting, you're also forming a group. And then to form, you're also forming a group. And Zhu and Tuan are both group. And they're both group defined suitable. So that means both of these are group and suitable in English, or like in the context with us we're using, like the mnemonics we're using. So in both cases, one is to form, one is to unite, but to form a group is also the same as to unite to form a group, right? So that has problematic things too. And then from yesterday we have Zhu Jian. Oh, wobbly, wobble. Jian is car. And okay. Zhu Jian. Whoops. And Zhu Jian is gradually. This is a cancellation. Or gradual. There was another one. It was... Oops. I think... I didn't look up the shock order, unfortunately. But we'll do it this way. I'll write it this way. And that's... What is this? It's so tough looking at these characters and knowing right away. It takes a long... Oh, Gun. To pause. And also Ling. Ling was lost. Which is another... In like, maybe it was... I don't remember. Those are the ones that I'm most concerned about right now. We'll do it a couple more times, maybe along the way. Jia comes up all the time, and He comes up all the time. When we get to it, we'll bootstrap through again.
笨蛋，
Been done, which is idiot. Yep. 笨蛋. An idiot is someone who is stupid as an egg, right? Instead of a potato. 正是个大笨蛋. Yeah. That's how you say it, all right. 你是一个笨蛋. Okay. All right. I don't want to say that too many times. Whoops.
笨蛋，神秘，
神秘. 神秘. God and me. How does me work? Secret. A mysterious person seems to have a certain secret about them that only God knows. Oh, that's interesting way of looking at it. I was gonna say like God has secrets because God works in mysterious ways. That would be another way to get to mysterious, I suppose. Or God is mystical in some ways. 神秘人物. Oh, interesting. 人物. Huh.
神秘，毛巾，
毛巾 for towel. Or towel. I guess it doesn't have to be fur, right? It could be like cotton. Actually, I don't know what the word they use for cotton. 我用毛巾 毛巾 wipe 了 wipe face. 脸 what is that? 擦脸 okay. I don't have that character yet. 他用毛巾擦桌子上的水. Okay.
毛巾，迅速，
迅速 rapid or rapid quick. Okay, which is quick. Rapid. I don't have you yet. What did you sound like? We're gonna go with un. 运队的迅速something 动 哦俊度 OK 俊度的迅速移动移动 interesting. Too many characters unknown. 这家公司迅速成长 this company rapidly become tall, grew rapidly. Big. What is another way to say someone grew up? Become big. It's how I see this. Like become big, become taller.
迅速，
迅速
围巾，
围巾 scarf. To surround owl. It's a scarf. 它的围巾oh no 快掉了 about to fall off. Oh 掉了 instead of drop fall. Okay.
围巾， 笨蛋，
I don't say this very often. Like, legitimately, I hear it a lot. Obviously, I know this word because I hear it a lot, but it's very different from verbally using this. I don't produce this too much. It's kind of like all the other types of words, like aggressive, negative words. It's a personal choice, obviously. When it's very different from maybe someone asked me a couple times. Actually, multiple people asked me a couple times when they talk about like, oh, like why don't you use these certain words and whatnot. And I often give them like a pragmatic, like a pragmatic or a compromise excuse. But the largest things are like, for example, why don't I drop vulgar words? Well, it's a compromise. I would give the political answer. The political answer would be, I don't use them in public spaces. It's part of my internal culture, along with like other forms of culture. But then people from different cultures would say like, well, you're just self-censoring. It doesn't that mean that you're just being politically compliant or complicit with like freedom of expression? It's like, this is my form of expression. And much like this, where I don't typically use these words, and it's by choice. So the non-political answer is, I find that using other words, encouraging one to use other words, and then these words might have weight to them in the future or whatnot. Embellishment in words. And then, the super personal thing is, I just don't like the way those words make people feel. You gotta practice in order to not do it, right? So I did get challenged a couple of times by someone that I know fairly well now, where we talked quite a lot in depth. It's like, well, they pretty much know what you mean. It's like, I hope they don't, because if they think that I'm calling someone a goober is the same as bandan, then we don't know each other very well. And then, I said that if I use these words, those words will carry the weight of what I think the words are, but I can't control what other people think. So if I say like, he gave a fair point. He picks out euphemisms that I use, right? You would that person. It sounds like euphemisms, like son of a bee sting, right? I say son of a bee sting quite a lot. Or you know what, heck this, right? And then the hard thing to understand is that I do know the words I'm using, but they are never at that degree for myself. So it's kind of one of those things that language ends up transcending. Like yesterday when I was ranting about friendilex and familex. If you hear me call someone an idiot, use this particular term, it is something that carries a weight. So when you don't ever hear me say these words and you're suggesting that, oh, every time I say heck, it's a different word, then at least normalize it to what you think it is. So if you don't think it's a big deal and that's what you think the word is, then that's probably the same feeling. But when I am very, very like tough love, if I execute my tough love, or being very aggressive towards someone, which is very uncommon, you'll probably hear some of these words. But generally speaking, whenever I use types of words like these, it's for comedic effect. And honestly, most of the time I'm referring to myself. And for whatever it takes, it doesn't hurt my feelings that you would think otherwise, or you can interpret if my feelings are hurt. But I genuinely do guarantee you will know when I'm upset. And I don't think in my 7+ years I was ever truly upset with anyone, nor myself really. So while these words are probably words that people say, oh, that's not a big deal, like this word is a big deal to me. I really genuinely avoid having to be extreme. So there are words that are very tough for me to create or produce despite hearing it so many times. Like always. I still am unsure which always would I use in Chinese. And yet in English, I've lived so long using English that at most I have at least used the words enough to remember it or produce it, right? But I don't think I'm gonna end up getting to a point in other languages unless I truly you gotta, you know, take it from my perspective, so to speak. I don't want to be in that mood or that emotion if I'm speaking this language. So in the environments that I'm talking about, I don't anticipate that I will likely produce this word in the context of producing Chinese. And Japanese is the same, you know, like in anime, right? In anime, which is not a representation of real life conversations, like some people suggested over and over again, some of those words, I don't expect to produce them, but I do expect to hear them and know what they mean. So despite some people talk about what are the most frequent words, what are the most adequate words, what are the most important words, words are important, period. The forms of expression are important. Awareness, but man, this word, oof, this get a lot of use when you're watching drama. Yeah, like this goes with a stupid. I barely use the word stupid, and usually the word stupid is used in an incredibly subjective way because I'm trying to be silly. And then usually when I'm thinking of stupid, I'm thinking of silly. So I usually call people silly, but that's not a substitute for what people imply when they're referring stupid. I think humans are silly, and silly is like being stupid silly. Like, oh, you know, humans will be humans. It's fantastic. It's endearing, in my opinion. That's when I use the word stupid in that way. But it can be very tough when you spend so much time hearing people say like, oh yeah, those people are dumb. It's like, these people are garbage. That's what are the trendy kids saying? It's something like oh yeah, that's dog water. That's the world we kind of live in terms of the culture. And yeah, I will probably only say them in a jokingly manner. This is what I think about. In case you're wondering, when this came up, I'm like, yeah, this word was about to come. It would eventually come up, you know. And we're gonna get into other words, and I'm probably gonna say the same thing. Talk about anecdotes. I have a visceral reaction in terms of my mania to words that have been historically used to compel someone to be gaslit. And idiot is definitely one of the bigger words that are used to gaslight people. The other one would be, I already talked about it the other day, ignorance, right? Youth and ignorance. Those are other words. Things like, oh, you're young. Like, but I don't mean it in that way. You're young. You get to explore. You get to be excited about things. And ignorance tends to be a place that instigates curiosity, or I'd like to believe. So sometimes I do get in trouble with all my word choices as well. But it would rarely ever deal with insulting someone. There's not enough time in life to be angry and hateful towards other people or disagreeing how they live their lives. There's not enough time. not enough time in one's lifetime. Let's see. Oh, right. Mao what? It's gone. Okay.
毛巾
Mao Jing. Whoops. I hit the wrong button. I didn't hit enter. Shen 什么？
神秘
神秘。What? Oh, wait. Oh, I missed the end.
围巾
围巾。
迅速
迅速。秘书 ooh. This might be the second secretary. Right. 秘书 mysterious book. Or keeper of mysterious book. Secretary is someone who keeps all of your secrets and meetings and notes in their secretary book. Yep. Okay. And Su can be, yeah. Su kind of belongs in a specific class of what I would call like a specific class of actionable verbal nouns that can represent the person's activities. And I gotta remember that because there are a couple of them. Where like, if you look at this, initially, in my opinion, you don't think of a person, like a profession. But there are some key words that would suggest it can be a person. Okay, we gotta start grouping them together too. 秘书. A journalist is one of them. Journalist. The other secretary. And like, oh no, the other ones use, a lot of the other ones use like Han. Your more frequent use for representing a person. Or like a profession or craft, a person doing the craft as opposed to the craft itself. Because this could imply the craft itself, like if you don't think about it carefully. 这是我们公司的秘书
他是我们公司的秘书。
Oh yeah, 秘书 not 秘书。秘书
秘书
Dairy
三棵树
三棵树三棵树 3 trees. I have no idea why it's just 3 trees. Is there something important about 3 trees? I have no idea. Why? Yeah, 这座公园有三棵树 3 trees. It's still saying 3 trees. So specific. 三棵树
三棵树
三棵树 Oh yeah, and this is more of a 4 because it's before a 4. Oh no, wait, no, it's not. It would typically be more of a 2. 三棵树 it's fine. I'm not gonna think about it. It's fine.
笨手笨脚
笨手笨脚笨手笨脚笨手 What does 笨art okay. Stupid hands, stupid legs or feet or foot. Yeah, stupid hands, stupid leg, stupid foot makes sense. Clumsy or awkward. That's fair. 他这人 interesting. 他这人笨手笨脚 I lost Jiao momentarily a little bit back. For a moment. 笨手笨脚。
笨手笨脚。聊天。
聊天。Chat. Oh, this one is kind of weird too. But it's a day for chatting or heaven. To chat with someone in the true sense is to chat about everything under heaven or even heaven itself if they're up to it. Okay, okay. That's fine. 我们在咖啡馆咖啡厅里聊天聊得很开心 Great time. Happy times. That's what I said yesterday a bunch of times.
聊天。
聊天。
肉类。
肉类。肉类是 meat kind. Meat kind is meat. A kind of meat, okay. 肉类 and then we have these things, right? We have I'm gonna call them the like all or esque, the esque grouping. So this is like meat, is of meat kind, so it's still meat. It's of meat s. It's a meatal type of thing, or meaty type of thing, so it's still meat. Got plenty of those too. Sure. Foodstuffs. 食品. Interesting foodstuffs. 肉类食品.
肉类。
肉类. Okay.
秘书。
秘书。
肉类。
肉类。Yeah. 三棵树。
三棵树。
三棵树。trees. Okay, that's kind of funny though. Trees. Whenever you have to get like someone, like especially Chinese origin, right? To say tree, it becomes tree. Trees. Because th sound. Whenever my parents try to go and try to say the th sound, three, it becomes tree. So trees. That's kind of one of those idiosyncrasies. If you replace all your ths with tw, you kind of get some of that accent in for English. Like the trees with trunk, with tree trunk. Yeah, tree trunk. Tree in the park or something. Tree, you know, like lots of trees. Or what was another one? G, it becomes G or D. So GU tomorrow, like G that, right? Instead of did, like instead of did. Lots of j's and ch's. What is it called? But you know what's funny about it though? You still have like, oh, do you have G? Yeah, you have G though. I don't know what's like 3. Huh. I don't know. More I'll come up with more things later down the road. We need to delve more into Chinese. What is this one? Liao? Yeah, 聊天, right? 聊天。
聊天。
聊天。 What is this? Bencho. Bencho. Ben. Yao. Oh. I totally miss. Bencho. Ben. Yao.
笨手笨脚。则
Oh, we are getting 10 characters. Oh, no, we're not getting 10 characters. 5? Duh is rule? I feel like I already have a rule or a law. Well, we have law. That's li. But I feel like there's rules somewhere. Shellfish saber? Yeah. Wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, shellfish saber. Yes. I'm like, how did you know? I forgot it's in the screen too. Yeah. The rule is shellfish saber. Oh yeah. All the does are. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of the shellfish ones are. Oh, shellfish! Don't even get me started on shellfish. Shellfish, postage, shellfish, postage, life. And this is another duh. What's the other duh? The other duh was Zelda's bad news bears. I might have to review. That's when you say shellfish. I think I need to review shellfish now. Like later on, gonna have to do a super group with shellfish. Let's look at these. What do we have? There's a 2 does. Oh no. The other one doesn't have it. Oh, here it is. Duh. The responsibility. That's shellfish and grain stocks. Grain stock and shellfish responsibility. There's also da as well. I don't know what's miscellaneous. Yes, I have to make sure I don't mix it up with responsibilities. Zelda is inside the electricity plant where she works as an employee. Her job is to enforce the rules, which is kind of like responsibility. Her job is to enforce the rules. In her hand, she holds a Triforce saber. Not usually the one wielding a sword, but alright. A Triforce saber, and is running after a shellfish on the loose, messing with the generators. She chases after it, swinging her saber because he is breaking the rules. Okay, that actually checks out pretty well. So we have the generator. Am I a Zelda fan? I don't play Zelda. I haven't played a Zelda game in a long time. I have played Zelda game. We played the original Link, Link's Awakening, as well, and some of the mobile ones, like the Minish Cap and Ocarina of Time. Not that Ocarina of Time. It's something else. It's like Autumn Season something. Ocarina of Time is the N64 thing, right? And then Majora's Mask after that. I haven't even played. I watch people though. I watch a lot of people play other games. Actually, I have an incredibly large disconnect from Nintendo. All of my Nintendo experiences are vicarious. There are untated points in my life where other people around me had Nintendo stuff, like Kirby Superstar or something like that, and then I saw people play Smash Brothers and Melee. So those things happened, but I have not personally owned anything Nintendo nor played. I enjoy people's fascination with Legend of Zelda. And obviously Switch 2, right? Switch 2 just recently came out this year, or actually within the last month. Or it came out, but not everyone has a Switch 2. You know, if you're Breath of the Wild was the first game you bought for the Switch. It's a beautiful game. Tears of the Kingdom, right, is pretty great too. Yeah, and Switch 2 has an upscaled remastered version of the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. Yeah, and I watch people play Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. I'm an indie person. Yeah, if only you had a $500. I know, right? It's more than 500, isn't it? Is it really 500? Oh, it's actually not that bad. Don't. I know I said it's not that bad, but I'm comparing it to a gaming, to a PC. So relatively speaking. And I mean, like, what was the PS5 Pro, like $900 or something? $800. No, $900. Something like that. I don't even know what the MSRP is anymore of these things. I haven't owned a console in a very long time. PlayStation 2 was my last console. And it was when my parents were still, like, my parents were the ones that were buying consoles and stuff for me. That was well before the moment I left the nest, laptops and PCs. Largely because it's very difficult to do other things without having a computer. So consoles haven't been much of a thing since then. In fact, this is a bi-decadal, I don't know what the word is, but every 5 years I build a new PC. So this is the 5th year. I follow hardware a lot, so I've been keeping up 5 years worth of updating a list, and we're gonna go and hopefully nab some stuff by the end of the year in order to make our Windows 11 compliant PC. And then the parts that I have now in this PC, we're gonna do a little experiment. We're gonna use it for a little experiment because of SteamOS. Yeah. Nintendo. If Nintendo decides one day, like, oh heck, let's triple dip and then, you know, release the titles on PC, then I'll probably pick it up. You know? Pick it up. It's all good. I'm an indie person, so there are very few exceptions when I will go mainstream, but generally speaking, those are made very clear. CDPR, the Witcher series, will likely be played on launch. And Like a Dragon games from Sega, Ryuga Gotoku Studios. Those are the ones that I would pay for on launch. And Clair Obscur was Rarity, and that was technically an indie when it comes to the philosophy. So most of the time I make exceptions for indies or passion projects. Outside that, I would be hard pressed unless someone like vigorously was passionate about it that I know, which I don't think anyone was very passionate. No. I don't know many Nintendo. One of my best friends do have Nintendo titles with his wife. Plays Nintendo titles with his wife. Yeah. Zelda. Oh, by the way, the main characters, there's, yeah, in terms of gaming, what were the gaming characters? Master Chief, Zelda, Link is in here. If you're into Castlevania, Dracula, technically. Technically, SpongeBob and Patrick are video game characters. Nintendo characters, though, Mario, Yoshi. Sonic didn't even make the cut. There's no Sonic. Feels bad. Anyways. Yeah, I grew up with a Genesis. Sega. And it was like a Chance of Senor is a really cool game in your opinion. Is it related to language? Ah, yes, it is. It's about the Babel. Yeah, Tower of Babel. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, not very small catalog of language related games out there, and even language adjacent. So if you're into language learning and you're into video games, you gotta get familiar. It's a very small pool of titles. It's a very small pool of titles. Alright, so how do I work Zelda? I typically work Zelda by pretending like shellfish are like magical, you know, like magical shellfish. Shellfish with like eyeballs and they like skitter around and talk and stuff, you know. But magical, a mystical shellfish. So she's like running around in the electricity plant, right, where she works, and there's these like really nuisance shellfish running around ruining the generators. Just grab a saber. She's not very good with the saber, so she's like swinging around and having problems still, because Zelda's not much of a more of a throwing and summoning type, you know. So her job, or her responsibility, is also to enforce the rules. Alright, principles. Okay. 原则 original rules. Principles. Makes sense. Rules. Actually, I don't know the left. Oh yeah. Wait, is the left side rules? Oh yeah, that's the other rule that I was talking about. Regulations. Yeah, 规则. Rules. This is Chinese 101 right here. Whenever you're learning like context or like character rules or character meanings, you find the character that have two characters that effectively relate the same way, and there's those characters then get split up and do other things. But there's usually one character that you can start with, or one word that you can start with that have two characters, and both those characters are either nearly identical in terms of like its like loose functionality, or it's generalizably to be the same. So this is it. And that's a great way to remember things. In fact, that is how I remember Japanese. So Japanese don't do this very often, not as often. And it can be used to double up on things. Like, oh, what's another character? Why this character is always next to this character? What did that character mean? So you have like two chances. When you see this character, if you can envision this vocabulary word, there's two chances you can get the idea of this character, because there are two characters that tend to mean similar things. I like that. I'm not sure if that's intentional in the functionally. I think there is a pattern, a coincidental pattern for use, but I don't know what the etymology or the purpose. A linguist would be able to maybe ascertain why that is the case.
则居
G, to reside. See, now, for example, G may be in Chu. Chu is to dwell, right? To dwell. So you could say Ji Chu, probably. One of the examples might be Ji Chu. Yep, there it is. I didn't know Ji Chu is to live, by the way. But there, if you know another character that means something similar to one character, you can bring them together, and there's like likely chance that they are another word. So, 居住, that's to live, to reside, to dwell, which is to live. And all three of them in English would be interchangeable with each other to some extent, right? And you get really used to it. So you start thinking this, in my opinion, is how you start thinking Chinese. A lot of times, if you need to like fill in words or like make up words, you know how sometimes when you're learning English enough, you're like, let's just throw a prefix onto a suffix and just make up a word. This, in my opinion, this is where you get to the point where if you're far enough in your Chinese with characters, you get to a point where you can just plug two words together. It's like, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds like a word. It's gonna get the point across. Despite not actually knowing what like 100%. I did not know that Jiju was a word, but immediately you are learning a later character, which is this is a later in the curriculum, and Zhu is your most classical way to say to reside or live in somewhere. So combining them is very, very likely to happen. I don't know if that's cool or not, but it's certainly something that if you did this in English, people would look at you weird. Like, hey, Chance of Senar is a really awesome, cool game. Like, wait, why are you saying awesome and cool and at the same time? Isn't something cool also awesome? Why are you being redundant? Like, because that's how Chinese does it. Or like, in my thoughts and opinions. Like, what do you mean thoughts and opinions? Aren't your opinions your thoughts? Someone actually, like, the same guy who hangs out every once, like, when he, on weekends and stuff, he asked me, like, what do you mean in your opinion? You think in your opinion. Isn't your opinion what you think? And then that's where I had to explain why I say I think in my opinion so and so. And the reason is there's a difference between I think in my opinion and I think in my opinion. And the reason, one of the root causes of it is it's also dealing with having Fujianese and Chinese as one of my like baseline interactions, because you can say two things that are similar, but there's resolution between those two things. So saying something that is awesome and cool is not just awesome and cool put together. It's awesome and cool. Although in English, I think in conventional English, you want to reduce redundancy. So when you're saying, oh, that's a really nice game, right? You don't say that's a really alright nice game. Or that's a really alright good nice game. When I read Chinese, that's what I read. It's like, oh, that's rapid. That's rapid good. Okay. That's good happiness. Oh, you love like that. Okay. You send, deliver, distribute that thing. I see. That's kind of how I feel when you're like, when I hear Chinese and have to go back between English and Chinese. So what happens over time is you start to cluster everything. So then you're not like translating, but you're interpreting. You're clustering like Jiju is just to live. If you're starting off and you're like learning all the characters, it's gonna feel like I live this. I I side that. I walk that. I walk towards straight into that. I walk, footstep, run to jog over there for a stroll. Anyways, okay. I'm done bantering. Done. We'll get this. Okay. Oh, Julius Caesar is in front of the house. Of his house. Where he has just come back from war. That's what Julius Caesar does. We always associate him with war. He puts up his Roman flag. And then places a headstone in front of it. The headstone reads, Julius Caesar resides here. Okay. I thought maybe, no, I guess he's trying to paint like Julius Caesar as a cold person. It could be like he raised the flag and left and placed a headstone to honor the fallen or something, but that's fine. Julius Caesar resides here is good enough. Resides here. Oh, but then we would not be able to pigeonhole in the word resides. Okay. All right. A house? Interesting. Oh, 住民 resident. I think this is the 5th way to express citizen, resident, dweller, someone who lives in a place, a member of the community. Human. Neighbor, 邻居, yeah, 邻居. Alright. G. G is funny to me because G is a book. Shu is book in Dongwen, but G is book in Fujianese. G instead of Shu. And now I've lost it. What was this? Resides.
C.
Inhale. That doesn't feel like inhale. It feels like exhale. She. Okay, escalator and mouth. Alright. So Xena is in front of the house. Running from a monster escalator on the loose on the front lawn. Okay, I suppose. She tries to hit it with her sword, but it is no use. Okay, the sword, Xena. The mouth of the escalator opens up and intensely inhales, sucking in half of her body. She holds onto the ground, trying to stop from being inhaled to her doom. I don't know how this isn't gonna fly too well. Is there any way I can swap it up? I think from now on I might actually put like gateway and door for mouth so that these are less awkward. Mouth is notorious for being tough to use as a mnemonic device. Escalator, yeah, not too bad. So let's just say Xena's in front of the house of the apartment, like of that. Xena's like approaching houses, right? Like an apartment houses. The apartment houses. And she's approaching an escalator. She doesn't know what to do as she approaches the mouth of the escalator. So she inhales intensely, sucks in her body because she's not familiar with technology, right? Like modern technology. She holds and then she tries to take a leap of faith and take the escalator. That's probably what we're gonna do. The escalator that leads up to the apartment house. Right? That's fine. I think that's okay. I'm not sure about imagining. Well, a monster escalator trying to eat her is pretty funny. The sucking part, the inhaling part, is where it kind of falls apart for me. Oh, straw. Drinking straw. Inhale pipe. 吸管 inhale pipe. Oh, 吸管 show is inhale and accept. To absorb. To attract. Inhale and pull. Draw. Oh, inhale and to draw. Okay. Seeing. And then 呼吸 to breathe. Who? I don't think I have this who. We do have who though for oh. That was a problem.
吸 财
Tai. Another shellfish, only this time we're throwing the shellfish with the what is that? Talent? Nerd? Okay. Tai. Okay. There's another Tai as well. Right. So we have Tai and Tai. Tai. So Casper is inside a classroom of the high school. Next to him is a nerd, maybe it's that same nerd, in which he stole material from. With a bunch of riches in the form of shellfishes that are piled on his desk. Casper drops the whole friendly front and pushes the nerd over and steals his riches. Okay, it's the same nerd he's robbing, he's like stealing from. The other one for this one, Casper stole the tree from the nerd as material for his locker. Man, they really paint Casper as such a... Casper is the friendly ghost, not the mean ghost. I feel like Kevin has a beef with Casper or something. Casper is the friendly one. He's not the he's not the like the mean mischief bully one. He was being bullied. Oh well. That's Casper. Rip Casper's image. Oh, riches in shellfish. Kind of reminds me of a video game. Shells. Like fishing, like shells on the beach and stuff. A lot of times shells are being used as a form of currency. Wasn't there a cartoon series that used shells as a currency? SpongeBob? Something used shells as a form of currency in the video game. I don't remember though. Maybe it's spelled differently. Tai Chang. Tai Chang is product. Richest product. Property. Finance. Tai Wu. Wu is task. Richest task. Okay. A task about juggling riches. Finance. Alright, I got you.
财
Tai.
粮
Liang. Hey, we got Liang. Liu. Ne? Liu. Liang. Which both mean good. Alright, I see a lot of goods. Link is inside the chapel looking for a good piece of copper that he can use on his quest for good. That's certainly Link. He hopes to use that good copper to do good by giving it to an orphan he saw earlier near the chapel. I thought it was going to turn into a sword or something. He goes up to a priest. Oh yeah, because he's inside the chapel. By giving an orphan he saw earlier near the chapel. He goes up to a priest and takes a copper from him. Then runs towards the chapel door. The priest had no idea that he was actually a good person, but just is in a hurry. I don't know how I feel about Link going up to a priest to steal from a priest to give to an orphan. That's kind of funny. There is something to be said about Link walking into a person's house, breaking all the vases, picking up the rubies, and then just leave. Alright, this is kind of funny. Alright. We're good. I think. Lack of all puns intended. Yep. Liang. So, like another great example. Liang hao. It's good. Liang hao. Good plus good is good. Xiang liang. Xiang liang. Xiang liang. Kind or virtuous. Virtuous plus good. Kindness. Got a lot of kinds too.
良
I do like. I don't know if this is a coincidence or not, but lots of Chinese terms. So many of them deal with like happiness, kindness, goodness, virtuous stuff. I kind of remember most of those. Just find as many ways as possible to talk about goods.
则
Full
才
I
居
G
良
梁
西
西 Okay. Oh, I am getting 10 characters. Oh boy, 10 characters at one time. I'm not sure how comfortable that is. Jiao, summon and finger. Beckon? Maybe like a floating finger is beckoning James Bond. James Bond is in front of the barn where a long finger suddenly appears. It beckons him to go. Then it beckons to him, then goes around to the side of the barn out of sight. It looks like he's being summoned to his new mission. Yeah, that's fine. Although the barn thing, placing him in a barn is kind of hard. Although it does still deal with summoning. I think we're gonna be okay. Second. Greet. 打招呼。打招呼。招生 enrollment. 招募。
招
招
啊
pet name. Wait, really? It's also nickname. Oh, term of endearment. Interesting. Master Chef. All right, Master Chef is in front of the auditorium, sitting on a hill. Next to him is his favorite can, which he has given the pet name Master Can. How cute. Okay. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. In the auditorium, but in front of the auditorium. How do you place him in front of the auditorium, though? This looks like it's fine. In front of the auditorium. Sitting on a hill. Maybe like Master Chief is in front of the auditorium, sitting on a hill, contemplating about going to watch a performance, but he doesn't have any friends, right? At the moment. So next to him is outside of his favorite friend, which happens to be a can, in which he pet named Master Can. That's probably where we're gonna go. Master Chief is but a simple character. Humble in his own rights. But his work, his line of work, leaves little for friends. Ai. Oh, Ai. Oh my gosh. Pet name plus Yi for auntie? No. This is gonna be tough to remember. Maybe a term of endearment is what we should just stick with.
阿操
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. All exercise. Casper is in front of the barn at night doing some exercise. Yes, even ghosts need to stay in shape. He grabs the trunk of a tree and puts a bunch of goods on each end. Then lift it up and down with his fingers. Okay, I got you. Casper, like all ghosts, have superhuman strength. Of course they do. Some roosters outside watch him exercise, slightly terrified. So we have ghosts. Rooster is barn or near a barn. That's fine. Or cows. We can throw in cows. Alright. Bunch of goods, huh? Alright. To operate. 操作. Exercise. Make or you. 操场 playground. Exercise place. Playground. Oh, hey. 曹操. No, 曹操. 曹操. Yeah, 曹操is one of the three kingdom leaders in Three Kingdoms during the Three Kingdom period. 曹操. Cao Cao. I'm pretty sure this is what they're referring to. Okay. Imagine it. Yes. Terrified. Oh.
操 Ling
Ling. To overlook. Oh no. We have multiple overlooks. Or neglects. Who being one of the major ones. Who. Link is inside the sick hall infirmary, which has the goods he is after. He is on one side of the hall, on a balcony, overlooking a bunch of injured serfs a story below, who each have a handgun. The goods are in sight on the opposing balcony, but he must use the stairs a story below. Link pauses to overlook a bit longer, preparing to... Oh, that type of overlook. That's interesting. Preparing to jump below and battle his way to the goods. I guess. Alright. Fair enough. There's not much. Maybe like the medicinal goods. And then we have like, say, anthropomorphic serfs. Like animalistic serf creatures. Overlook. Okay. Last minute. Ling Shi, overlook time. Last minute. Ling Chuang, overlook bed? Clinical. Is there anything else I can know? Okay, this one's gonna be a problem.
0 呼
Who? Oh, here's the other who. Okay, to shout. Closest thing is Han. Han. Or yell. The Hulk is in front of the house, shouting. Wait. Was the other one also Hulk? It was. It's who as well. The sound that came out of his mouth is so intense that it makes the yard signs all crack. He's also loud that nobody. He is also so loud that nobody can understand what he is shouting about. It sounds like a jet engine. Checks out for the Hulk. So he's just shouting. Maybe he accidentally broke his favorite sign, you know? Oh, I mean, he broke all the... It made all the yard signs all clear. Okay. Alright, fine. He might have shouted, oh. Hu Jiu. To call out for help. Oh, hey! Hu Jiu. I wonder if you can use the other yell to yell out in help. Hu Xi, oh wait, Hu Xi. Shout inhale? Isn't that Xi that we just got? Yeah. Da Jiao Hu. Oh, didn't we get that Jiao too? To beckon? So, strike, beckon, shout. To greet? To summon wind and rain. Hu fun. Hu fun. Or is it Hu fun? Huan yu. Shout. To shout, win. Huan yu. And rain. Oh. To summon wind and rain. Wow.
呼
Okay, our workload is getting real. I might have to turn it down.
招 操
Oh.
0 啊呼
Uh-oh. Alright. Let's try to lock in. What time is it? 11:20?
停顿
老师停顿了一下，
雅 半年
我已经学了半年的中文。
意，星期，
2个星期，
家乡，
他离开了他的家乡。
关机，
在你离开前，请关机。
What? One T machine and wait, what's the left thing? Okay.
雨，
Like countryside, or I guess we could use countryside? Countryside is probably okay. Like homeland, countryside, hometown. Hmm.
总数，
算在总数内。
Total?
亮丽，
这座城市的景色非常亮丽。
Oh. That's fine.
因，的，
I don't know what they're gonna ascribe to that. I have no idea anymore. Maybe like possession. Oh, it's probably possession. Actually.
大门，
你最好把大门关上。
Hmm.
海，
Oh.
保证，
你能保证没错吗？
美丽，
一对美丽的情侣，
Holy, I don't. Wait.
葬，片刻，
片刻就写好了。
生命，
安全带能救生命。
外币，
在中国，美元是外币。
Oh.
顺眼，
看起来很顺眼。
Like smooth, pleasing to the. This is hometown, but it can be the countryside. Fine. It was one of them, but it's like homely, homestead, homeland. Maybe not. Well, more like homeland. Oh, I missed the N. No. What? Yeah, that's great stuff. I think that's
歌
fine. Oh, that's older brother.
巨人
巨人是神话生物，
明快
明快的笔调，
猪肉
我不喜欢吃猪肉。
结论
别忙于下结论，
There's a J. What? Oh. Hmm.
牙医
他是牙医，
What? Wait. Page hair.
B
，smooth eyes. Okay.
"娘 什么
你叫什么名字？
Is that not it? Oh. What? Huh.
瘦总
No. Or there, There's is a oh, they wanted silence, right? So they doing it.
戏院
我们今晚要去戏院。
I don't know what is going on. Something is off, and I just can't remember. I'm clearly mixing this up with something else. Now I'm drawing a blank because of it. Page. Guard. Cliff and hair. No idea. This is gonna be blocked. Oh, it's yen? Wait, how is this yen? Oh, I didn't even try yen. Yen should be the first thing. It's face. Or it's not countenance, it's face. Or appearance. Countenance is more or less appearance.
觉那儿之间
他们之间的感情是不会持久的。
I have no idea what this is. Of between, so between, I guess. Okay.
虫子
小孩子喜欢捉虫子。
Hmm.
“骨折”容颜
容颜渐老。
I keep misspelling appearance.
“淡季
这家店在淡季会打折。
Oh no, it's more page. I need to review page stuff too, all the page stuff. So page, postage, shellfish. And then turn of phrases, and then all the jie and the hers.
苹果园，
他住在一个苹果园。
我
们常看电影。
Literally shellfish only. And how did this work? Ay, ay, ay.
背母鸡，
那只母鸡下了100多个蛋。
效果
这些效果不太好。
效果
耳环，
一对耳环。
记降落，
降落后，请注意安全。
搬运，
他们正在搬运家具到新公寓里。
警察，
警察抓到了罪犯。
寸，
What? Wait, what is this? What is that? Hold up. I don't remember this. Bricks. Bricks, magic wand, or magic stick, and finger. I have no idea. Yeah, this is a block. Wow. Yeah, because Goofy has nothing to do with this. Oh, there it does. Yeah, nothing to do with magic sticks and Goofy. Could be. I could think of it as like Disney related stuff, I suppose. Oh, that's a block. I'm not gonna worry about that. It kind of looks like the mnemonic though. What? Oh. What? Oh. I typed the wrong. Twin. What is twin supposed to be?
"朋友
他没有朋友。
哦，姐。
预报
气象预报明天有雪。
哦
中世纪
中世纪是欧洲的一个重要时期。
血管
他的血管破裂了。
挂排减
嗯，
课程
我们的课程结束了。
maybe like training instead. Yeah, what the? It's just shooting things, right? Blocked. Oh, it's a Chinese inch. Did I type Chinese yard or did I type Chinese inch? I probably typed Chinese yard. Yeah, those are blocked. We're not dealing with those
Gee.
either. I either get it or I don't.
"双赢
获得双赢的结果。
穿透
这种武器可以穿透装甲。
会谈
会谈还没有结果。
What?
不仅
不仅形似，而且神似。
访问
正式访问。
冰箱
双门冰箱。
that was a typo.
免费
请享用我们免费提供的咖啡。
标
Lesson regulations. Course.
依靠
我们应该互相依靠。
规定
请遵守游戏规定。
渐进
渐进是成功的关键。
手术
手术需要几个小时。
Oh, surgery. Yeah.
依旧
他依旧是那个老样子。
份 树叶
这棵树的树叶非常绿。
瓜
Oh.
学费
这所大学的学费很昂贵。
骑 期限
请在期限前提交您的申请。
保护
我会保护你。
国庆
国庆节即将来临。
What? Wait. Oh. Wait. Oh, no, that's a misread.
无限
知识是无限的。
茶叶
你喜欢喝什么类型的茶叶？
程序
这个程序需要修改。
Whoa, wait, hold up. Hmm.
兄弟
他没有兄弟。
召集
召集全体员工开会。
圈套，
小偷设了一个圈套。
负
Oh, right. Carry on the back. That's right. Oh, that's kind of a weak one. That's a really weak one. Oh. I typed the wrong thing there.
登山，
我喜欢登山。
兄弟姐妹，
他有几个兄弟姐妹？
头，
Trying to construct something. Oh, go. Go.
属性，
努力是成功的一种属性。
外汇，
外汇市场每天都在变化。
What's happening here? Oh, 桌子. That's 桌子. Yeah, okay. We're fine. We're fine. That's table. What's happening? Oh no. What's this?
正，
What? Wait. What? Oh, because they want politics. Same difference. Well, not really same difference.
腰带，
我应该戴哪条腰带？
花圈，
这个花圈是用鲜花制成的。
Wait. I remembered what this was, and now it's gone again. Oh.
机构，
这个机构专注于教育。
Oh, enterprise or machine? What machine? System? Hmm.
汇合，
两条汉在这里汇合。
那个机构 construct plus machine.
Zhi. Yu. 次序，
请依次序回答问题。
正义，
正义在我们这边。
That's a misspelling.
召回，
美国大使被召回了。
逐渐，
逐渐变暖了。
料，
Construct machine. Enterprise and organization is perfectly alright.
差，局，
Oh. Oh no, it's not. Oh, that's seat. Oh my gosh, dude. That's chair.
读，山腰，
山腰的风景非常优美。
无聊，
住在那很无聊。
椅子，
我坐在椅子上。
Alright. There's some major blockage, but I think we're the one was Chinese yard or Chinese inch. Now I don't remember what Chinese yard is. We'll come to it when we come to it. Measuring numbers. Come to throw measuring numbers. Throw it under a bus. Okay, so it seems like they changed up the lesson and the vocabulary. Now it's a 10-10 split. It's half and half. I wonder what that is indicating though. What time is it? Oh, it's only a little bit past midnight. We're good. We're good. I'm still experiencing a lot of fatigue. Quite a lot of fatigue. Right. 这才知 梁西郊焦焦操 not 焦操操 and 操操okay 林啊乌 okay 笨蛋小 oh nope 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 脑筋神什么神秘围巾叙述密须肉类三棵树聊天nope that's not that is so tiny but I think it was something like笨手笨脚 all right Nito burritos. Okay, so let's go over this stuff. I have Zelda back inside the electricity plant where she works. Now, not only is she responsible for making sure the worker shellfish are in order, she now has trouble shellfish hanging around, selfish shellfish hanging around being a pest. So she took out her disciplinary saber and tried to enforce the rules on all the shellfish that are messing with the energy generator. We have Casper in the high school, suddenly essentially having a change of heart once again. He's characterized as being a mischievous ghost or bully ghost. So he noticed that that same genius has something that he wants. That same genius have a rich abundance of shellfish. So Casper just stole all that from him. Or it's probably the same nerd. Poor nerd. And we have Julius Caesar finally returning home from the war. And to mark his house, right? Mark his house. He raises a flag, a Roman flag, and place a headstone saying Julius Caesar resides here. Resides. Then we have Link made his way into the chapel on a quest to do good. And by doing good, it's the same as stealing, taking copper from the priest and giving it to an orphan. I think that was kind of funny. Xena is making her way in front of the apartment houses, right? The apartment houses. And as she approached the mouth or the entrance to the escalator, she inhales a deep breath and gets on the escalator because an escalator is very foreign to her, right? Not familiar with an escalator, so it's kind of nerve-wracking. Now we have James Bond, who made his way to the front of a barn where he noticed a mechanical high-tech finger beckoning him around the corner. It is indeed a summons for his next mission. Then we have Casper once again. This time he's in front of the barn at night because ghosts have to sneak off to do their workout. So he took a tree trunk, placed a bunch of goods on each end, and start lifting with his fingers. Right. It is also said that ghosts have super strength. They exercise by lopping off a tree and sticking things at the each end. Make a dumbbell, you know. Alright, so Link is looking into the inside of the infirmary, where he is trying to acquire medicinal goods. Medicinal goods are guarded by serfs of a rivaling, like a hostile tribe, and they're equipped with handguns, right? He's overlooking and peering into the infirmary to determine his course of action to reach the goods. Now we have Master Chief, chilling in front of the auditorium, right? In front of the auditorium, deciding if he and Master Can is his pet name that he gave to his friend. Oh, they're chilling by the hills in front, deciding if him and Master Can, the pet name he gave to his friend Can, would want to go and chill at the movie theater. Doesn't have much friends. Doesn't have too many friends, you know. Then we have Hulk, who's in front of his house, shouting from his mouth, right? Shouting from his mouth and sending shockwaves, making all the neighboring yard signs like shatter from the sheer force of his shouting. Hulk smash, but with sonic waves. All right. Oh, we made it to the end of our HanziHero with some time to spare. You know, we're gonna do our segment that we were supposed to do yesterday, but it ended up working out anyways. I'll be more on that in a bit. For now, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, shit. Yeah. Feel free to follow along or pick up HanziHero for yourself. Right? Always love to exchange stories, exchange little workarounds, mnemonics, or additional routines that other people are doing to overcome and expand their stuff. And love to exchange ideas to encourage each other to think more, right? So steadily improve over time or do things slightly different, right? Take those small steps forward each and every day, or sentimentally, and gaining more and more satisfaction. Be greedy. Be greedy. Until then, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见. I'll see you next time, everyone. I want to get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, grab some midnight oil, and I'll be back with Neverwinter. I'll be right back. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm a day late, but it all worked out in the end. So, yesterday I kind of got a little sidetracked. So it is Tuesday, but it's also reset day. This is the 8th week of module 31, right? The red harvest. We're getting near the end. There's only 2 weeks left after today. And there has been some change from last week to this week. And it so happens I'm actually pleasantly surprised. Not that I had anything to do with it, but there were some patch notes. And it kind of sort of puts a band-aid on 2 things that I've been harping on the entire time. And still, it's kind of an irrelevant thing. I think it's purely cosmetic for the regulating the amount of playtime. So there were 2 major things that changed. And one thing I'm completely unaware of, largely because I'm surmising that it is a problem or something of that nature because they're testing these things. But one of the big things are, again, the celestial loot, right? The new loot thing that they've been doing where they removed the ability to re-roll the chests. And then there's this idea that they put out a message about saying, well, it's because now there are even rarer equipment, right? So in the patch notes, I'm going to infer from their patch notes why this was addressed, but apparently, however the celestial loot was distributed, it was already pretty terrible, like disagreeable. So what they did was they made, I'm guessing when they're referring to the master chest, you know, there are 2 chests for and one is, you can argue, is like an extra chest. So apparently the master chest, the extra chest where you can use like the key and whatnot, I'm guessing it's either the chest that you get by default or the master chest that you get the key. I'm guessing the one with the key is not the master chest. So I've misspoken a little bit earlier. I think the one that you get by default might not have had either access to the celestial gear, or the percentage was very low, or the distribution was disagreeable, so it kept prioritizing other things. So what they did was they normalized that pool, that there is chance, and also included the celestial gear. I'm guessing the one that you buy with the key is the one where you get the celestial gear, which is probably astronomically rare anyways. So they adjusted it where it becomes evenly distributed. I don't know how that's going to affect the stuff, but it still presents the age-old question of, well, yeah, that's well and good, and that's probably addressing people who have access to it, but it's a moot point here, so you get 0 points, Cryptic, like, in my opinion, but maybe 1.1 points for everyone else that's relevant. Regardless, I think it is these types of things that are placed band-aids on how things are distributed. I mean, trials, I mean, if I like to think next module when the dungeon comes around, celestial gear doesn't show up at all. Like, no celestial gear. You're going to bed, going quite tired. Hope you have a great stream. Thanks, Bree. Good luck. I will talk to you later. I'll probably watch the rest of season 1, if not both season 1 and season 2. Sleep well, Bree. Have a good one. So it did address the one thing that I was worried about, which celestial gear is probably quite rare, but at the same time, it's all for the accessible people. And then the second change, to me, is more like a little too late, right? It is the 8th week, and they decide to change the currency. So now weeklies are worth 20 again, as opposed to 10. But the current module only has 2 weeklies on the like event side of things, and I guess that's fine because you can still use the heroic encounters and Tenebrov. So maybe I'll do that just for fun to switch it up. And so that addressed that point of view. There really was, I don't know why is it that someone thought it was the greatest idea to reduce the weekly currency. I don't necessarily think it's going to reduce overall playtime by the people who already played because they probably have multiple characters, but they probably reduce the playtime or the willingness to reduce the playtime or increasing the currency. So that was a big one, and that is relevant to nearly 100% of the player population if they're still playing this game. The whole celestial gear thing, I think that's a pandering to a majority. I think the majority of players have access to that. So I still think over 50% of Neverwinter community are people who are at the high end, right? Like the ones that have been playing for quite some time and they just love bootstrapping or wanting to bootstrap, and even that was disagreeable. So that's why they changed the celestial distribution. Next module 32, scrap the celestial distribution. Individual loots, because dungeons are more prone to individual loots. Reduced, I honestly, like, I'm very vigorous about this the more I think about it. Scrap trials for a while until somehow there's like a new quality of life implements in order to increase the addition and threshold of the trial stuff. I genuinely think that that's a backwards way of thinking about stuff. Continuing to invest and roll and distribute gear. If gear was lifted in a different way and distributed entirely different way, I feel like the trials, attaching that to a trials, honestly, in an ironic way, makes a little bit of sense because it's probably going to impact the least. I don't know what they were going for, honestly. In this way, the loot is insignificant in a lot, like creating increasingly more higher tier rare things kind of throws at odds with the whole idea of having a live service model. But maybe the game, you know, I don't want to be like a doomsayer or something, but maybe the game is reaching its end of life cycle. That could very well happen, so they want to cap off things by having the least, leaning off of the power creep because of live service and make the gears final. Like, these are the celestial gears, it's the last of them, so when you get them, we're not power creeping out of them for a very, very long time. So, and then that would imply, perhaps, in my opinion, there are other ways around this. If you're going to power creep to a cap on gear, the alternative is to introduce a new set of gear. So introduce and start over again, like start on top and add another meta layer of gear. So then the power creep doesn't phase out something like the celestial gear. I just had a thought about that. Not that it's relevant to me since I don't have access to it, largely because it deals with organizing other people that don't exist in this time zone, right? But it would be something that would be worth considering if they consistently try to introduce rare and rarer gear. And I'm thinking from the mindset of someone who has access to this. When you have it, the next thing you don't want to see in the next module is power creep in which the dungeons will, I like to believe they won't feature celestial gear, will largely either contend or phase out some of the gear that's coming from the trials. And that is that's the problem. That's the antithesis of having extremely rare things and getting them. Live service models, in order to keep people consistently playing or having something to move into, power creep is technically something. So it's going to be something disagreeable. No, it's difficult to continue having a live service game and using this type of building philosophy to not have pretty much most people being dissatisfied. For the ones who try really hard or play very long and get the celestial gear, the power creep is going to cheapen that naturally because you're running a live service game. And then for the ones that don't have access to that, they're expecting power creep in content that they're likely to have access to. right? Like dungeons and stuff. So either way, it's gonna be a loss. And ultimately, if it's not in the interest of the developers to try to increase or gradually increase the player base, then this would be it. This would be the end of life cycle deal. You're capping off your gear, and then you're leaning and weaning off your power creep. Unless, of course, again, they're going to introduce a new meta system, like upgrading the pants and shirt or something. Then that would be something that isn't susceptible to power creep, but it's another subsystem, right? And it has been a very long time. Module 23 was the last time there was a gigantic overhaul of the meta system, like all the subsystems in the game. That's the most substantial, and it's been 8 years. Not really 8 years. Sorry, not 8 years. We can't count. It's like 3 per year, so we're gonna say 3 or 4 years. 3 or 4 years. And why do I bring up years? It is Jubilee. It is Jubilee week. This is the week that Neverwinter celebrates its birthday. So, happy 12th birthday, Neverwinter. This is the 12th Jubilee. And yeah, I have seen the first Jubilee 12 years ago. So, we're gonna do something slightly different today. Where I'm only gonna run through one character, regardless of the weekly change. I think it's a little too late for the changes, that even for the currency to have time. So, but we're gonna do something different today. I'm gonna try to do the. I set up my tank, my Vanguard. So, last week I tried the Sentinel, right? I just want to see what it's like to run through the Sentinel. What it's like to run through a tank Paragon. I run all 3 tank Paragons. It's mandatory to run a Justicar, the tank Paragon, for the Paladin, because the other one is a healer. So now we did the Sentinel. It was pretty alright. It was about the same, roughly it's the same amount of time. And now the time is going to change because the weeklies are worth different. So let's do something a little bit different here. I was going to use my Vanguard to run through the same cycle that it typically is, just to see how well it runs campaign. So I brought out some old gear that is functional for vanguarding. So something that creates power where there isn't power for tanks, because that's how Neverwinter works traditionally. I wish I had an armor piece that had some sort of damage modifier on it. So all these things involve damage modifier. These are old. Actually, a lot of these pieces are much older. And then we integrated a new piece. So we're gonna see what it's like. But maybe I was thinking maybe I do heroic encounters, and once again, and then the Tenebrolov thing, we'll see. We'll throw in one of them. I kind of want to see how Tenebrolov looks like from like just a pug perspective, but we'll see. And then we have the 2 weeklies, and now we're going to do the 2 weeklies because I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They didn't change it yet. So we're gonna do the same stuff. They didn't change it yet. It's actually Thursday, not Tuesday. It's a Thursday patch. So I take it all back. It's still way too late for this. Like, there's 2 weeks left, and I can't be bothered to say I feel like that was incredibly short-sighted. So next week it'll be 20 each, and maybe we'll do the Tenebrolov and stuff. We have a few things left. There weren't any changes to the heroic encounters. as far as I'm aware. So let's go do these weeklies. I don't know. It's incredibly underwhelming. I am probably... It's getting close to that time where this is either going to reach the end of the life cycle, or I'm going to pivot away from this, because I think even the direction is screaming either end of the life cycle, or they're just not interested anymore. Interested in like focusing on quality of life changes to increase player pop. Like this player pop is non-existent during this time. Okay, so let's see. Let's see how well this goes. It's kind of weak. Retaliation is weak. The nice thing is we can do this though. Oh. I don't know how... Oh man, the cooldown on retaliation is long, man. Is it actually longer than the Dreadnought one? I'll have to check. I'll have to check that out. I like to think they're the same. No, they're definitely not the same. Hard to tell. I'll look in the thumbnail. Bit later. Oh, and we're gonna open some lock boxes. So there's like a promo for Jubilee where if you open enough lock boxes, which I already did open the 75 lock boxes, but I'll open more lock boxes to get like this limited edition companion, because sure, why not? Why not? That's probably the most excitement I'll be getting. I'll be getting from this game nowadays when in terms of like accessibility to loot or something. And it's gonna be another like 3 months before seeing what happens, what they're gonna do with the next one. Yeah. It's been a hot minute since I've been excited about Trials. It's pretty dated. I was a little bit excited today to read the patch notes. I was hoping it was today. I saw the patch notes. There is a chance. No. I saw the patch notes go up. And I saw a patch, as in the game patched. So I assume it was today, but that was too presumptuous of me. It still reads as a 10 currency. Oh, they also increased the random currency. There's random currency by double too. So when you're doing other tasks, there are certain tasks that give you currency, which they doubled that too. From 2 to 4. The reason why it's a little too late for a lot of these things is when they keep retroactively increasing like group content, like things that require group content, there's a limited window for that to be accessible, even for individuals who want
to do that or have this, or because the limited window is based on the longevity of how relevant your gear and rewards are. And in live service, you want people to play your newest stuff, so the newest stuff ends up phasing out the older stuff, and there's only a limited window of time that you're going to be interested in that. And trials expire even faster than that. Alright, so since we have to TP here, let's just go and do... what was it? It was like 12:34? 12:34, 12:35 when I started. So so we're on our Vanguard. A bit, definitely a little bit slower on the movement. Although we do have that plus 15 movement speed. Plus 15 movement speed feature that's shared with the Barbarian. How is it doing? How is that artifact dealing so much damage to the Vanguard compared to after getting stacks? Oh yeah, I forgot they don't have a reliable single target daily. Oh, this is like hitting like a wet noodle. Yeah, how's it still doing that much? What the heck? It is fun to retaliate though. I think retaliate is so janky. Ah man, that is not hot. It has such a high cooldown. How long is retaliate? 10 seconds. Hmm. 10 seconds is pretty long. Low risk, but still very long. Okay. Oh no, just kidding. Okay, it is changed. The tooltip is not changed. Okay, so the patch did happen today. The tooltip is not changed though. So that's just one of those like oversights, right? Oversights. So the tooltip did change. That's the silver lining here. Or I mean, the tooltip didn't change, but I did get 25 there. Actually, I got 25, not 20. How is this happening? Like, what is wrong? What is happening right now? So you actually got 25. It's not from 10 to 20. They changed it to 25. Or at least it looked like I got 25. That is so weird. So there is something really weird going on with Cryptic and whoever is posting the patch notes and stuff. So I just saw it on the bottom. It said 25. So they're not 20. They're 25. And also, they did not change the tooltip information after the change. Right? So, this is mislabeled. Because this says 10. It still says 10. But let's complete the catacombs, right? The catacomb says it's 10, right? If we get 25, I mean, I'll take it. I'm not complaining. Honestly, I'm really there's nothing to complain about. That is excellent. I'll take the 25. If they were intending 20 and it's 25 this week, excellent. I'm okay with this. So I'm not even sure if people notice these things or if they find it relevant or not. But it's so weird. And apparently the new companion that's part of like the Jubilee thing had an erroneous launch as well, and then now they are retroactively changing it. Right. Which is fine. I mean I don't even have it yet, so I wouldn't know. Which happened with the previous companion that was also introduced. So we're just gonna go down here and we're gonna parkour our way over here. Right on here. The aggro. Drop back down here and then we just go here. Right. Negate the falling damage. And here we are. Let's see if we get 5 for the thing and then 5 for the thing and then 25 for the rest. That'll be great. Honestly, I'm all for that. That would also mean that I would prefer to do the heroic encounters then. We might as well do that. This guy hits like a snail. Not like a snail, but a wet noodle. Wet noodle. Overall, it's still not really that bad. It's definitely going to be half the time. So I'm more inclined to do all the characters. That's my personal take on it. I'm more inclined to do 3 characters now than before. I typically like space them out. Pull up a nice movie or something, or television show that you're trying to catch up on. Someone increase the magnitude on retaliate, please. And reduce the cooldown by half. That'll be really, really wonderful. Considering that it's the only reliable AoE. Wait. Oh. Not up here. And I don't know if this was intentional. Where you can deactivate the maze. You don't have to redo the maze. I'll take it though. I'll take it. Root for me, no quitters are better. Stay to the end if you die, as that you were like the others to do. It's fun in a group, in my opinion. Sorry, I was just reading whatever was in zone chat. Such a satisfying mechanic, the retaliation. Shame the barbarian doesn't have anything like that. Wet noodle fight. Wet noodle fight. Stop sliding around, please. It's okay. It feels alright. Obviously, it's not meant to be faster than a pain giver. That would be a little absurd. Oh man, that that retaliation still didn't even come up after that. It's so long, and 10 seconds is way too long for retaliation. I wonder if it's affected by recharge. If it's not, if its retaliation is not affected by recharge. I think that's I don't think that's proper behavior. Like recharge speed. It should be less than 10 because of recharge speed. It should be less than 10%. It should be less than 10 seconds. Even 9 seconds or less. I actually don't know how recharge speed works though. Like how it's calculated. Like what is 10% recharge speed? Is that taking 1 second off of 10 seconds? Would make for very convenient math. Or it's already adjusted. There is a chance this is already adjusted. Like if I, yeah, it's probably already adjusted because of all the point seconds. But maybe retaliate. Yeah, see, retaliate doesn't have a cooldown time. So I'm guessing it just only happens every 10 seconds. It's a response, right? It's a proc. So that proc is treated as not a cooldown. Like not a active cooldown like this. Maybe. I don't know. But it does feel like it's forever. Let's take a quick look at our dreadnought and see what is the what was it called? Reprisal. No, not reprisal. Revengeance. Yeah, revengeance is every 5 seconds. Change it, in my opinion. Revengeance is every 5 seconds. What is that? What is that really? Like every 10 seconds? Come on, man. And it also has the skill that you pick up has a stamina dependency scaling on it. For a tank, even. Talk about all risk, no reward. Don't get me started on how sentinels work. That's like must risk, no reward play. Imagine getting charmed through. Did she just heal from the charm? Wow. Amazing. Quality stuff. Quality stuff. Don't worry. We'll eventually not get popped and have our dailies canceled over and over again by superior CCs. Eventually. Alright, so let's see how much we're gonna get. We did get 5 from the drop off. So let's see if we get 25 from here. If we do, then I don't mind doing heroic. This was my proposal for a while now. Like, you do heroics because you're tired of the repeatables. But if the repeatables dramatically outpace the heroics, whose bright idea was that? Okay, so let's see if we get 25 from here. We get 25. So not 20, but 25. Which is erroneously written. Let me double check. Pretty sure it's erroneously written. Someone is losing a lot of memos. Yeah, the patch note says... Oh, no, just kidding. Just kidding. It's not. They did say 25. 10 to 25. Just kidding. That's me misreading. But that's my bad. It says 10 to 25. And the tooltips aren't updated. But it does say 10 to 25 here. And then the additional currency has been changed from 2 to 4. Oh, I know what the additional currency means. They're talking about the when you buy in and have that item equipped. What does that item do? It's in the Zen store. This is how they make transactions or push transactions. It's the gravity orb, right? By 15%, they get like 4 instead of 2. Activating this gadget allows you to float freely for 15 seconds. While this is state, abilities cannot be used, but your movements become light as air. Pressing the jump button propels you higher, and when the... Well, that's an interesting novelty. Oh, maybe it's... I don't know if that's functional or not. It's interesting. Yes, happy 25th, happy 5th, happy 12th. All right, so we could do heroics, which will give us 25. That will bring us to what, 90? Then we can do 2. I don't have a cube on this character. Do I have a cube on this character? Not that I'm aware of. No, I don't have a cube on this character. I don't think that's... Oh, that might actually be important. You might have to hit the cube for... might have to hit the guy for aggro. Well... Womp womp. Someone keeps typing train. So I'm assuming there aren't trains around. There are 2 instances right now during this time zone. No, there's only 1 instance. So either the train is on instance 1, or you know, you have to ask. I don't see a caller or anything like that. So we'll just do the normal stuff. This is where we bolt in. Grab 2 groups. And hit the rest like a wet noodle. Please send me anything you want, won't use, or don't need in my mailbox. Thank you. And then, you know, you have a bunch of people like, Any train, please invite, please. That there's like you either go. You have two choices. You either go to instance 1. Actually, you don't have any choice. You either go to instance 1 and look like if anyone is doing a heroic encounter, or you wait until Europe wakes up. That is also true for trials and anything else. Just the nature of what's available, right? I cannot believe that retaliation on the Vanguard is twice the length of Revengeance on the Dreadnought. I actually didn't notice that. I thought that that's how long it's been since I've used something in which you would want to use retaliation on the Vanguard. Crazy. We're gonna go East Plaza. Go back down. Likely more agreeable. I probably only saved like 0.5 a second without having to drag mobs. Weird. Awkward feeling. Now, what I'm also curious about is, so this tracker for Jubilee, right? That you have to open the existing lockbox. No, they didn't introduce a new lockbox. They decided that the way to reward you is to open an existing lockbox. So everyone who has already opened lockboxes beforehand, or they knew in advance somehow. I wouldn't be surprised if some people knew in this game. So they already opened, so basically you have return diminished value on the lockbox you're opening in order to get the extra special reward for opening lockbox. Now the question is, how greedy are they? You're supposed to acquire these things called gems. I forgot what is it, something gems. And I'm kind of curious if you get 1 gem per lockbox open. If that is the case, then I have to open 90 lockboxes to get everything in the track. And the end of the track is a fashion item that it's really irrelevant to me, but I'm just gonna get it anyways because that's pretty much the most exciting thing that can happen. I'm trying to find any way to use up the resources that I have in this game outside of time and needing other people while getting some bonuses. That's kind of what I'm looking forward to in this game nowadays. So like it's nice to be able to use it before the end of the game cycle, like the life cycle of the game, which to me, whenever a trial comes around, it kind of tests the water if this game's gonna stay afloat for the next couple modules. Which it looks like it'll probably at least survive to the next cycle of modules until the trial module comes back around again to test the minimum number of players. New mins. It's I don't know if it's intentional, but it's a pretty decent litmus test. But that's what they're trying to do. Why did you go over there? No AoE tank feels bad. Might be saying like, why don't you use Tremor? Like, you have no idea how little damage the Vanguard does. Overall, not too bad. I would love Threatening Rush to be less clunkier, and then Bounding Slam on the Sentinel to not be a non-existent counterproductive at will, and then it'll be all right because you can bounce a little better, position yourself a little better. Instead of having range mobs just stay at a nearly ideal range from the tank all the time. Like this. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing heroic encounter. Or Tenebrov. Yep. Same guy. You know, 4 people say plus train. 7 people. Oh! There is one person who's like, screw this. We're just gonna call out a place. Number 5. So number 5 of the 4 people, someone called out a minor encounter. And let's see if those people who just sit there and say, any trains? Well, the answer is no, there aren't any trains. However, you could go and help that player who called out a heroic encounter. But I don't think that type of behavior tends to change. I'm not saying this like it's a shock. This is a very, very classically normal time. This is a very normal time that I play. I usually play around this time. When I want to do like dungeon runs and whatnot, I do them like maybe 9 hours from now or 10 hours from now. Hence why I don't usually do commentary on. I don't typically do commentary on trials or masters, any masters content. I do make commentary on this stuff though. And in this case, it's absolutely greedy and egregious to tax a portion of the game by slowing down the part that legitimately everyone would end up doing. It's like the anti-quality of life. They made an anti-quality of life decisions for this module. Wet noodle. What's the point of being a tank if you take so much damage from these mobs anyways? It's crazy how much these guys hit you for. could make an argument like, but you're getting hit. Why don't you raise your guard? But you can't take them down if you're guarding. And Retaliate has a 10-second cooldown. And then the other tanks don't have any attack being retaliation, right? Guarded attacks. That's a Vanguard perk. It's one of the perks of being a Vanguard. Hello? Somehow that canceled? I threw a shield, it went on cooldown and got canceled. Oh hey, it took so long that these mobs respawned. Oh, now all of them respawned. Alright. We're going to the spooters. I do have to admit, the release of this thing, the Crimson Oath, I almost feel like overshadows nearly everything in this module. Coming from the perspective of a tank. Now, why did they aggro? Just wanted to toss a dagger at something I'm not engaging. Alright. Next one. Yeah, the Crimson Oath thing is ridiculous. I was waiting when it came out. I was like, oh yeah, that's really great. That's almost too great for tank players. And then my thought was, by the time they get to this release of Red Harvest, they would have nerfed the artifact, just because whoever makes things in this game haven't sat down and played during this hour and play test the stuff this hour as a tank or a healer. Because in my humble opinion, if you did, I don't think some of the changes and the constant way a certain gear and whatnot is distributed would be considered like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. That's how we should do it. Alright, so we have we'll do the rations. Silver lining. However, the extra things are being determined, like the repeatables. The repeatables are relatively a nice mix. In the long run, it's not fantastic, nor is it terrifyingly terrible, right? So outside the assassins thing, it's a good mix. So you have overall, it averages out, so that's nice. There's a great, an excellent, acceptable mix of things that involve interactability versus constant lean on command kill, command take down X targets, versus interacting and retrieving things. Not that I'm saying, not that I'm saying there's no room for improvement. There's certainly room for some interesting things. The inclusion of like random parkour stuff is pretty funny. The day that they introduced like a way, there used to be this little mechanic where things refresh faster if you're taking damage, right? But that never, in my opinion, I don't think that's ever worked. But if it did work and they brought it back, that's when tanks are, that's when I would be most excited about tanks. I think the most reasonable thing I could see happening for tanks that doesn't require another change is working on those things, like the horns, the alliance horns. There's this clause in there that says the cooldown of the horns are reduced when you're taking damage, right? But effects like that don't exist in the last several years, or like the last several modules, where a tank's cooldown or the item that's so pertinent to a tank, like artifacts and stuff, like for this, sitting here just getting wailed on over and over again is easily one of the most atrocious feelings in the game if you have to do a tank thing. But if you have an item that legitimately makes it so that it rewards or it balances out the inability to dodge, basically. The inability to dodge. Wait. Ooh, hold up. Let me sneak this. Let me see if you get anything. Get currency. I don't think you get currency from. But yeah, so introducing things that reduces cooldown based on getting hit, that won't introduce power creep for anything else other than tanks. I'm a little biased there. Generally speaking, it's a win. It seems like the Crimson Oath is a great adaptation of that, where it tries to count how many times you get hit. There are others like the enchantment, the combat enchantment. Things are based on getting hit a lot, and then boons do that too. But there are various ways to really incentivize tanks to be like, yes, I need to gain all the damages. Like, I want to soak up as much damage as I can. And the Crimson Oath is an incredible shining example of it. I don't know who was in charge of the Crimson Oath release, like the artifact set. A+. It legitimately revived my interest in seeing what it can do. So when it was released, I immediately did several runs on all 3 tanks to see how it worked out. Most exciting, I think, the Crimson Oath thing. It was not paired with any new content whatsoever. The singular artifact, this combination here, this singularly, in my, like, if I had to be really objective, this thing here, it was released ho-hum, just in between, in a lull period, and it overshadows everything that's listed in this module, personally, for me. It makes the design, in my opinion, it makes the design of the rest of the stuff in this module, when it comes to gear, it trivializes it. This is coming specifically from the tank's perspective. which is the role I typically play. And I just heal as an Oathkeeper. Like, I don't mind doing this. Grabbing a bunch of mobs and then hitting them very, very slowly like a wet noodle, and basically just wait until my companion does exponentially more damage than the player itself. And then you tap your artifact once and your mount power once, and that's it. That's the rotation. You stay alive until your artifacts come up. This used to be a little even more absurd back then. When there wasn't a target cap. There are things that don't have target caps. Some people might say, I suppose there are players like, well, that's not fair. Like, painkillers can't do that. Well, painkillers aren't allowed to do everything, are they now? And tanks need some sort of satisfaction, right? What do? They gather things up. Yeah. If you want a pain giver to have to dip and dodge and surround themselves over and over again and watch the mobs die slowly, then yeah, feel free. Feel free to make an argument for that, and then have pain givers also be able to do that. But more of the tanks thing, right? Different playstyles. Why can't I switch? Okay. How long has it been? An hour? That's not bad. But that's with the weekly change. I would be doing this for another 30 minutes. So it's about an hour and a half. It cut about an hour away from a tank build. Like a tank with damage gear. Or at least the reasonable damage gear that I have. I actually think the current gear has less scaling percentage damage for tanks. So going to the trial and stuff wouldn't necessarily make this process noticeably faster or entertaining. There is one though. There is a ring. There is a ring I would like, but it's gated. It's gated by the trial, and I don't think I'll ever see it. Kind of like a hardcore vault back in the day. I'll never see it. Sometimes that vault thing was a sore spot, I think, but over 100 runs and still never saw neither ring. The hardcore vault runs, man. If there's anything that was a sham, that was a sham. I think the celestial gear, hopefully it's not a repeat of the Ring of Wind or something like that. Okay guys, I know it's really powerful, but now we gotta nerf it because power creep. Gotta make you be interested in the new gear. So they spend like the next 2 or 3 modules not to supersede that gear. And then eventually they're like, yeah, you know, it's been long enough. It's time to nerf the ring. Alright. 500 trade bars, I'll take it. And that's it for today for the run thing. It wasn't too bad. It's an hour with the tank. Especially the tank with the... I think this tank is the second longest. The Sentinel is much longer. The Sentinel is much longer. The Sentinel lacks both AoE and single targeting. Vanguard has excellent single targeting and maybe like a reliable AP, like a reliable AoE, AP AoE. But the other two do not have reliable AP. So if I were like, they all kind of balance out. They're all about an hour and a half. Well, actually, the Paladin is way shorter because they have AoE. They can avoid, if you avoid single target requirements, the Paladin, the Justicar will probably take, with a new change, probably like 45 minutes. 45 minutes to an hour to get 100 currency. The Vanguard, an hour and a half, in an hour, which is what we did. With not doing heroic encounters because it's still really rough in this time period. It would take longer to find an instance with players than they just do repeatables. So an hour, and it's still faster even with people calling. Especially when it was only 10. So this, an hour for Vanguard, and Sentinel I would say a little bit later, an hour and 15 minutes. An hour 15 minutes. Pick up any percentage gear, right? Regardless of how old it is, you just pick up any percentage gear for DPS, for damage, because most of the later artifact sets as well do not provide damage for the tanks. So you just keep your Lionheart on for 5% and just don't block too often. Unfortunately, the Sentinel can't do that because the Sentinel needs to deplete their stamina. So does Vanguard actually for the Retaliate, but the Retaliate is absolutely unreliable. Shame. Such a cornerstone, such a fun thing. Oh, not too bad. I just wanted to see what it's like. 2025 tank thing, right? You can get plus gear and plus damage somewhere else. And my Sentinel has all the Blade Master stuff, so it's actually going to be about the same amount of time as the Vanguard, because the Vanguard does not have that update. All right, so let's provide. Maybe like here? This seems like let's do the thing. So I moved a bunch of the excess boxes, right? Excess boxes to my Blade Master, and I have more than 90 keys. At minimum, I think you'll get 1 gem per box, right? So how many keys do I have? I guess this is a great way for them to exhaust keys. So in prep for the next box. So there I have 115 keys, which is fairly reasonable. And we're supposed to get gems for each wing and cauldron lockbox. So let's see what we get. It's kind of one of the things that are exciting about gear, I suppose. Or this is not gear, it's just currency and things you repurpose. So let's see how many gems you get from one. So apparently, let's double check. In way to celebrate Jubilee, the 12th year of Neverwinter, right? 12 years of Neverwinter, hooray! There's some sort of built-in player track. It's called the Jubilant Celebration Track. And you're supposed to acquire Jubilee gems for every wings and cauldron lockboxes opening during the Jubilee, right? Grants these gems. And then there are milestones, and it goes up to 90. And the most standout milestone is at 50 gems, which you get the Crimson Crystal Golem, a legendary, which I'm guessing it's account bound. And that's the Crimson Golem that had an error in its defense or utility power, which is now corrected. And at 90, you get a cosmetic thing, and it's the Crimson Golem armor pack, which I'm guessing it's a fashion pack, right? I don't wear fashion like these, it's a part of the fashion set here. Wait, not here. Where are they stored? It's part of like the overlay fashion. As opposed to like gear that you transmute. So it's not a transmog. So fashions and transmogs are different in this game. Like this is a transmog, but fashion is when you switch over to fashion, like here. Right? My character doesn't have any fashion equipped. So that's for 90. So we might as well get it. Why not? There's no other reason to hoard such materials. I'm coming to pretty much the end of the life cycle of my attention for this game as well. So let's open and see what we get. Why not? And I don't know where our track is. I guess we'll open at 75. We get 2,000 trade bars. I mean, that's pretty nice. I don't have enough to open to 100 to 250. That's absurd. That's 175. All right. So let's see. So we got 500 and you get 1 gem. Yep. It's just 1 gem. So you have to open 90 of these. So let's see what we get in 90 boxes. That's absolutely greedy as well. Having 1 gem per box. But that's how you drain the economy, right? You drain the keys by not introducing a new lockbox. Forcing an opening of a lockbox, and it's staggered with the introduction of a lockbox. So I already opened 75 instead of announcing that you would do such a promo so that I would open the 75 towards that. But that's timing for you, right? Anyways, so I got 500. That's already above average. We're super ahead. That's just 1. Let's see what else we get. This is the most exciting part. That's not bad. Just some dust. I don't mind dust. Reroll tokens. Ah, ha, ha, ha. More reroll tokens. Let's not start on reroll tokens. So now reroll tokens are the lowest here, right? Not that it matters, because who knows? In the next module, they might step back and say, well, we don't have celestial gears anymore, so the next dungeon you'll be able to re-roll the chest anymore. If they remove re-rolling, then that's a middle finger, right? That's a really big middle finger. I doubt it's gonna happen. Find out. All right, so this is low, so these two are low, and this is negative value, right? Negative value. Re-roll tokens being in the box in the first place is negative value in general. So I don't even know why they're in there. Tracker. What the? Oh, is this a placeholder? Oh, wait. It's not guaranteed. Wait. What? It's not guaranteed? Or does that mean, oh my goodness, are you telling me where is this listed? Where is this Jubilee gem listed? Where is this? I swear if this is bugged, I'll be very where is this even being tracked? Hold. It might be under event currency. I don't see anything under event currency. Neat. So I don't even know what that means, but maybe I got 2? I have no idea. Let's see if we can get to 5. So I opened 6, right? Does that mean there's somewhere... Okay, these are our login. I've got to pick up the login stuff. Let's pick up login stuff. The first milestone is 15. Is 5, which we should have gotten 5 preserve wards. So I actually think 5 pres wards. Where are my 5 pres wards at? I didn't see a pres ward. So I guess let's go to 10. Yeah, you get a Jubilee gem for each box opening. Right. So I don't... Yeah, you're guaranteed to get a Jubilee thing. I have no idea what this is. That's weird. Okay, so we're rolling dirt. Double precision is good. So let's balance out. So now we have 10, right? Oh, that's 2 trackers now. Okay, so the tracker, I see. So the tracker is at each milestone. So now that's 10. So now we're at the second milestone, which is the scroll of mass health. I don't know where these trackers are going. But clearly you're not being rewarded. Maybe there's... I have to turn it in somewhere. It says, okay. You can unlock keys, enchanting stones, etc. The Crimson Golem is here to shine. Let's not forget it. Yeah, okay. On acquiring, okay. And it doesn't tell you where. So maybe we're supposed to turn it in somewhere. So I'll try to turn it in somewhere soon. Instructions unclear, but let's keep going. So we're at 10. 15 is... So 15 should be 2 enchanted keys. I don't know where that is. Yeah, so it's 1 Jubilee per lockbox. Let's see what else we got. We're above average right now. We're actually shooting above average right now. Now we're kind of getting closer to below average. Okay, so here's the other tracker. I'm guessing, well, no. These still go into my inventory as I'm going. Except whatever these things are. I have no idea. Okay, so we reached 3 milestone, right? This is the 3rd milestone. All right, 5 more. Let's do 5 more. 100. Okay. Yeah. That's not bad. That's not bad. Above average. And then now we've reached the 4th milestone. And it looks like they're unique. Oh, double precision is always nice. So we're kind of hitting above average right now. That's below average. Below average. Low. That's okay. It's the super below average. It's like average. I feel like that's average now. Okay. So we have to open 90. That puts us somewhere in past 150. That's unfortunate. Rage of Flame is good. Rage of Flame is above average. So we're at the 5th milestone. What was the 5th milestone? A legendary, 3 legendary dragon keys. Okay. Which one is this? Physical damage reduction? That might be decent. Any raw damage and reduction. Okay. So we're at the 6th milestone, which is the mount upgrade tokens. And then we got dirt token rerolls. I'll take any legendary keys, really. Demonic empowerment is not great. It's a low one. Okay. More reroll dirt. We got this already. Actually, I bought this. I already bought this. After 75 boxes, if I don't see the mythic mounts, I just buy it to increase the collection so that I can mess around with insignias and stuff. So these are dirt cheap because, or not dirt cheap, but it's still good. It's very above average in a poll. So I'm genuinely not that excited about stuff like this, but it is. There we go. We got it. And then now we're on milestone 6. Right, so we're still on milestone 6. We get some mount tokens and companion tokens coming up. Let's see if we can hit more than 1 mythic. That's going pretty well. You know, it's going pretty well. Another demonic empowerment. That's not great. Okay, we got the other mythic. So now we have 2 mythics. We have both the mythics, but hear me out. Oh, we're just gonna throw this into the account, right? So this one is gonna be thrown into the account. So we got 1 of each. Neat. And then we hit the 7th milestone. And in less boxes than 75, actually. We got both in 75. Let's see. We hit the 7th milestone. The 7th milestone is the Crimson. Wait, 3, 6. No, the 8th milestone is the Crimson guy, I think. So let's keep going. Let's see if we can get some dupes. How lucky can we get? That's pretty average. Oh, double precision, another decent one. Dirt. Pretty dirt. More dirt. Oh, nice. Oh, we're at 47. Yeah, okay. So 4750 is the milestone for Crimson Crystal Golem. Yeah, wow. I mean, we got some money. Money. Why is this shiny? Oh, it's because that's a milestone. Oh. What a draw. Alright. So we're gonna go after the 9. We're gonna get the 90. That's what. If we're gonna go, we might as well go all the way. That's pretty decent. Just a return on keys. More dirt. Lots of dirt. That's okay. That's dirt. Which one is this? Maximum HP. That's kind of bad. Alright. We're good. And then now we reach milestone, 60. We got 3 more milestones. Double precision is pretty good. Actually, most of these things are pretty high rolls. Low, really low. Average dirt. Okay. Pretty dirt. That's okay. That's dirt. Alright. And then now we reached the glyphs of potency. 3 glyphs of potency. These are not that great. So we got 20 more left. 20 left. Here's the preserve. And then we'll get our 2000 trade bars. That's neat. Here's our 2000 trade bars. We're not going to end up reaching that Cold War. Not that a big deal, right? And then we got 15 more. Let's see if we can get 1 mythic in the next 15. Unholy protection. Oh no, that's okay, so we hit the next to last one, which is just 1 legendary enchanting stone. 1. That's pretty good. That's good. Getting enlightened brutality is good. And some more legendary. I'll take all the legendary keys. Okay. Yeah. And there it is. We did it. Not bad. I mean, we got the 2 mythics, right? I think we're overall above average compared to what the first 75 that I opened. And then yeah, congrats Cryptic. You drained the keys down. Of course I just wait till the next amount. The next thing, and we'll open another 75 next in the future. So here it is. And I want to do this for posterity, just in case, because I personally, as much as I want to be fair to developers, I do not trust the developers for keeping track of bugs and whatnot. So, one, right? Let's look. So what do we have? We have, this is supposed to be 15 Prez wards, right? 3 scrolls of mass life, 2 enchanted keys, 5 epic enchanting stones, 3 legendary dragon keys, 20 mount tokens, 20 companion tokens, and then this is the crystal golem. A crystal golem, and then we have the enchanted key, 2 enchanted keys, 3 glyphs of potency, 1 legendary enchanting stone, and then the crimson golem pack cosmetic. So when I hit OK, now we gotta find out. Oh no, I thought that just went into now my bag is all like squishy. But now the question is, where do I go to grab it's definitely not here, right? It's definitely not here. Is it? It's not here. So I guess you don't instantly get it. You just wait till after the event, probably. So I can't really show you what it is because it's not here. Maybe it's listed. I can show you what it is if it's listed. No, I don't think so. So yeah, that's it. And then I'll probably sell most of this, sell whatever the stuff is. Yeah. Maybe we change perspectives and highlight that Jubilee occurred. And yeah. I don't have a lot of exciting things to say other than this is Neverwinter. Right? Let's make this a thumbnail. Right. Oh, what was the button? Not that. There we go. So that's it for today. Hopefully everyone has a wonderful time doing, I guess, the skirmishes and whatnot. There's really not much left. There's only 2 weeks left so next week is week 9 and then week 10 and then we call this a wrap, right? It's business as usual for anything past the 4th week. So find things to talk about, maybe exchange some ideas here and there. I don't know what I'm talk about in the last 2 weeks. I hope everyone's safe, right? For those who are affected by current events right now, it's been a really wild week. Stay safe. Hopefully things settle down and whatnot in terms of like current events. And outside of that, it's happy birthday, Neverwinter. And I'll catch everyone next week, right? For some shenanigans. And maybe there's more patch notes along the way. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye now.